Everybody. A little trouble getting started today. Just I had some volume problems. For some reason, Windows really likes to put my mic back to 100%, and it is not. That is not the level that it needs to be at. And I do want to get into Book of Hours as soon as I can, but I am kind of contending with the fact that we were getting ready to play it yesterday, and then I ran into a bug where I sort of felt that really felt like the best way to handle this would be to set the game aside and wait for the patch. So that came in this morning, so my apologies to Weather Factory for spoiling what I'm sure should have been something of a relief for breakfast. But I'm delighted to see that there have been a few streamers broadcasting this game lately. So it looks like there were multiple people who reported that bug, which is good. And then on top of that, when I took a quick look on Twitch, it looks like there are a number of people that have been sharing Book of Hours. So obviously, if you're supplying something, you always want to be a monopolist. But the fact of the matter is that if this game is relying on my content for sales, then it's not going to do well. I'm sorry to say, but I'm delighted to share it, and I'm also delighted that more people are checking this out. Momoko Hana and Yu Hana. It is very good to see both of you and Kite all in the same place. I am so happy to see all three of you. I don't know which of you have seen Book of Hours. But this is a wonderful way for me to introduce it. This is a game that I have been looking forward to quite literally for years. And I got to do a beta test of it. But better still, we are now enjoying a streamer preview of it, basically. So this is the full version of the game, or as close as it's going to be as it gets released on the 17th. Weather Factory did give me a copy of that. And I ran into a bug yesterday. But we got through it. Oop, sorry. We didn't get through it. It's fixed now, so we're ready to go. I got distracted by something that I saw on my screen, so I'm not going to be able to show you the exact. Well, I can show you the exact opening of it, but we've got about an hour into the game, and I'll explain everything that went on here. But I'm particularly happy to see all three of you because this is a really special game for me. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. So first of all, we get to just take a minute here and enjoy the music. So yeah, thank you, Kite. Again, I wasn't 100% sure if I can. I wasn't 100% sure if you'd seen me do this or not. By the way, I talked about this yesterday, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I got a book yesterday. It was a play, which I read many years ago, and I'd forgotten. The more I think about this, the more it's clear that it was because Book of Hours was on my mind, because as soon as I started reading, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, yes, whether or not I consciously thought of this is there's definitely a reason I read this. So it's it's Arcadia by Tom Stoppard. Here, what I'll do is those of you who've read it probably already know what the connection is, but I'll give a description and you all can figure out based on the game why this might be relevant. Arcadia takes us back and forth between the 19th and 20th centuries, ranging over the nature of truth and time, the difference between classical and romantic temperaments, and the disruptive influence of sex on their choices in life, focusing on the mysteries, romantic, scientific, literary, that engage the minds and hearts of characters whose passions and lives intersect across scientific planes and centuries. It is Stoppard's richest comedy to date. It's like a dream of levitation. You're instantaneously aloft, soaring, banking, doing loop-de-loops, and then, when you think you're about to plummet to earth, swooping to a gentle touchdown of not easily described sweetness and sorrow. Exhilarating. That last bit there was a quote from Vincent Canby, The New York Times. I also ordered The Invention of Love this afternoon, because apparently I really am in the mood for plays, and specifically Tom Stoppard plays. So, for those of you that are not familiar with this game, you play essentially a librarian of an ancient library called Hush House. There has not been a librarian at Hush House since the fire, which occurred 7 years before. But when you arrive at Hush House, there does not appear to be any evidence of a fire. You specifically arrive in a village called Brandkrug after your ship is wrecked at sea. You wash up with a journal and some rough memory of what happened and some fragments of who you are. And you basically set about rebuilding this library and sort of getting reconnected with the world and yourself, essentially. There's definitely going to be a lot that we can talk about there, but we'll just take a second here. News. Welcome to Hush House. This is a special guest preview edition of Book of Hours. It's as close to the launch build as we can make it. If you run into problems, mail us at support@weatherfactory.biz. Please send us your autosave.json and your player.log from your save directory. Ask over email if you can't find that. And again, we were given a copy. Oh, hey, DTG16. There we go. You're trying to fix your Twitch app. Wasn't loading. Good to see you, DTG. So I'm not going to be doing the very beginning of Book of Hours, but I think it will be reasonably clear what's going on. If any of you have questions about the game, please just ask them, and I'll be happy to sort of take those up. So Weather Factory is design, writing, and coding, Alexis Kennedy. Art, production, and marketing, Lottie Bevan. They salute their collaborators. Additional coding by Roman Loskudov, Knights of Unity, and FRGM. Additional art by Adrian Degan, Clockwork Cuckoo, Catherine Unger. Music by Maribeth Solomon and Mickey Mar Productions. SFX by Soundcuts. There's Steam page localization by a number of people who, because I'm not going to be able to pronounce all of the names here, I'm just going to skip that over. And then special thanks to all of the beta testers who are, obviously very good-looking and charismatic individuals. Fingo's Coffee on Trafalgar Road. You're all being so friendly. Thank you. Johnny Copeland and Mark Lewis, Alex Tuddy and Anna Poulter-Jones, PK and Sonia, Matt and Taz, and the Weather Factory Cats, Sulochana and Chi. Mostly this has been an excuse, though, to listen to... Wait a minute. I don't think I said the music. Yeah, Maribeth Solomon and Mickey Mar Productions, but anyways, beautiful soundtrack. So, and for those of you who are familiar with it, this is the follow-up, Weather Factory's follow-up to the game Cultist Simulator. All right, by way of a recap... By the way, I'm enjoying some Evening Isles coffee. So, by way of sort of an introduction, we washed up on the beach at St. Brendan's Cove after a shipwreck. St. Brendan's Cove, here the sea ends and the world begins, or the other way around. After storms, the fishermen of Brandkrug Village find oddities washed up there. We had a connection in Brandkrug, our old friend Reverend Timothy, who lives at the rectory. Reverend Timothy's words always run ahead of him, but his thoughts always catch up. I, number one, very much like Reverend Timothy, and number two, I probably share more qualities with Reverend Timothy than I would care to admit. There are a few parts of Brandkrug we've not explored yet. So there is Mr. and Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. In these troubled times, both are wary of strangers. So for this, we would need to get an introduction. Either we would have to have an old friend's address, or we need an introduction with someone who has got the Grail, Heart, Lantern, Moon, Sky, or Winter aspects. And at this point, I see DTG16 saying, Moon and Sky? I don't recall seeing those. Indeed, there are new principles in... Well, I'm assuming they're principles. I don't know if I'm using the term properly there or not. I'm going to say that they're principles, but in this case, sky, wind, storm, echo, song, the intricacies of mathematics, and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. And moon, secrets are soft, night is softer still. The sea speaks, it is not always wise to listen. The nocturnal and the forgotten. We also have a couple inside of health. Health, the dwelling place of the soul, the ninth of the 9 parts of the soul, the only one that can be touched. So this has the familiar heart aspect, but it also contains nectar, the green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. And scale, hard without, hard within, hard to rouse, harder to subdue, what is left of the crude powers of the deep earth. So, for those of you who may not be familiar with Cultist Simulator, or the overall setting is called The Secret Histories, the way that it works, and by the way, I'll say anybody who's trying to learn English, this game is good for that, but it will involve some very unique English words. So they're ones that you'll be able to sort of boast to your friends about if you are inclined to boast. The best way that I can sort of describe the world of the Secret Histories is that there are a number of principles which sort of relate to specific things that we're talking about. So here we say heart, the heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. Heart is the principle that continues and preserves. We can contrast that with lantern. So the lantern has a quote, "Life is a pure flame and we live by an invisible sun within us," Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the house of the sun and of the light above it. And in a game like Cultist Simulator, you'll have cards such as, let's say, reason, which are maybe your ability to sort of think things through and apply your intellect to solving problems. And that will be touched by lantern. Whereas perhaps if you are feeling sad, if you feel despair, that would have a different aspect, and that particular aspect is called edge. So these principles are related to these powerful entities. Some call them gods, but there is actually an interesting quote in the trailer which says the hours are not all-knowing. Perhaps we cannot call them. We should not call them gods. But these hours participate in sort of these different principles. So there would be someone like the Colonel, who I think is Edge, Lantern, and Winter. I may be wrong on the Winter's part. But Lantern is definitely my favorite. But in this case here, you can sort of see there's this much larger world in the background, which we are going to be having quite a bit of interaction with as the librarian of this place, Hush House. You can see that we've only explored a little bit of Hush House right now. But the thing that's interesting about this setting is that they never really tell you anything outright. You have to sort of learn about it from little bits and pieces, usually through reading books, which is going to be what so much of the focus of the playthrough is. But one way that they've advanced this a little bit further, I almost want to say that this game starts with a personality test. When you wash up on the beach, you are shown the 9 parts of the soul, the 9 elements of the soul, or most of them anyway. And you have to choose. So I chose in this case Faust, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glorious gifts, and Schapt, eloquence and understanding, the door opens both ways. And this essentially wound up being sort of how I defined myself. This is the type of character I'm playing. And I dried out my journal, the only thing that I kept with me after the shipwreck, and it's the Amber Flecked Journal. I am the twice-born librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. The twice-born hopes to conceive a history where their third choice is possible, but you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. This journal has the knock aspect, so the principle called knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. Mystery of Lantern, greater challenges require stronger skills. So in this case, this is the mystery. I need to apply something. I need to apply knowledge of Lantern to be able to properly understand the contents of this book. This is a description of the kind of background that I have. So I am the twice-born. I remember that once I walked the house of the sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now if I go back to the house of the sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. And then every item in this game has different aspects. So in this case, the Amber Flecked Journal is readable. There are worse things to put in your eyes than this. It's a thing. The gentleman makes things his servants. The petty man is servant to things. Master Zun. And finally, a journal. I began before this book, but it'll end when I do. So, we did stop by the post office. We got a letter to the librarian, but we haven't read it yet. A letter to me from St. Ronwin's Trust. The Trust's connection with Hush House is probably benevolent, but persistently obscure. And then we have stopped by the Sweet Bones, which is the local tavern. We've gained the trust of the townspeople there. The Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brandkrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or for discreet assistance congregate in the snug. And then finally, we have our lodgings here in the Keeper's Lodge. For 500 years, in the times we call baronial, curia, nocturnal, there was always a keeper to watch the ways, weed the gardens, mend the roof when the sun was shining. There is no keeper now, but the lodge's roof still weathers the storms of Brandkrug Bay. This comes from the baronial period. In the 16th century, the de Wolf family became the Barons Brandkrug, governing the Isle as their personal estate until 1759, when their line ended in madness and death. And finally, we have unlocked the gatehouse of the Watchman's Tower. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brendan's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies, but it's been a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress, and by the time the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house too minor to merit immediate attention. And then there are a number of different items in here. We're going to take some time exploring them. I will do 3, though. So we've got the Tattered Outlaw. Thyrza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Thyrza never much cared for what other people liked. This painting has got heart and scale aspects, and then it's wall art. It would be... you could describe the whole house as a book, although it would be troublesome to index. The other painting is Reveille in Summer, a dry spell in a still place, and this has forge and nectar aspect. And I have a lot of descriptions I like in this game, but this is called a Treasury of Shelters. Now, this is obviously a container that holds umbrellas, but I do very much like the name here. So first of all, Treasury of Shelters is nice, but the description is great. It's like an armory for not getting pneumonia. Heart aspect and sky aspect and comfort. Hush House has been called bleak, but usually only by those who have never been inside. Yeah, no, honestly, there's lots of different ways to get into reading, and this is definitely a game that appeals to people who like to read, I think, but it's great to have different ways to sort of get people into that. So we had a number of things that we wanted to do. So one of the first things that I wanted was to use the Tree of Wisdoms, which I've been teasing everyone by not putting in. We are just going to take a quick second here to see what else we're up to. So right now we're speaking with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally, the gate, and the light. So right now we are talking. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. Add an element of the soul to enhance Reverend Timothy's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. So a couple things that we want to do. We want to unlock the gatehouse stairs. The stairs to the room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore this place. We would also like to unlock the cloistered garden. I can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space. We also have a number of books here. Actually, the order of books seems to have been adjusted a little bit, but that's fine. We can sort that out. So we've got 2 volumes of Traveling at Night, and then we've got 3 books here, an uncatalogued Baronial, Nocturnal, and Curia book. So we do want to catalog those, and study their contents. But cool, huh? This is the Tree of Wisdom. Scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms, though they disagree where one wisdom ends and another begins. Something for me to think about. Travel the Tree of Wisdoms to learn secrets and to gain elements of the soul. So one thing that's kind of fun, a lot of these are different, first of all, this is just really cool to look at. I love the animation that they added to this. This is basically a representation of your understanding of sort of all of these different arts. Now, these are all sort of made up names based. I mean, some of the, like, preservation's obviously obviously preservation is a term that people are familiar with. But what's kind of fun is some of these are ones that I'm assuming are made up names. At least I'm not familiar with them from English. So, for instance, Horamacastry is not one that I'm immediately familiar with. But what is quite fun about this is, I mean, sometimes there's wordplay in the game. There's definitely a lot of humor and cleverness, both in Cultist Simulator and in Book of Hours. But if you think about it, right? So if you think about the name for, I don't know if is it specifically watchmaking? In any case, horology is actually that is a discipline. And again, it's specifically related with different forms of timekeeping. Basically, would be, I guess, the best I can put. Actually, we have the internet. I can give you an exact definition. So, the study and measurement of time. Yes, and the art of making clocks and watches. Okay, so that's what the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy tells us. So, the reason why this is interesting is you can actually take a look at the description and say, the bright art of dealing with the laws and contentions of the secret gods called hours and of their name emanations. So, yes, that is actually a very interesting way of putting it, Johanna. So I need to say I've not played this game all the way through, but I think there is something very interesting going on in this game, and I think you've touched on something. Very interesting about this game. No problem, Index Gnome, and welcome Rawmonger and Olaf T. Harry. So you're absolutely right that all that we know about ourselves is from this description here, the memories of the Twiceborn, that we were in the House of the Sun. For those of you who are familiar with Cultist Simulator, you'll recognize that. I believe that is the name of the Mansus. But we used to be, as it says, a bodiless immortal, and now we've come to the real world to try and find a third option. Basically, we can't stay mortal, and we can't go back to where we were before. We need to find something else, and we think that we can find that at Hush House, but because we have had that we've had the shipwreck, and we only got to we only took our journal, and we only had our health and the two elements of the soul that we had. I think you are absolutely onto something in that while we are repairing this old library and the house, we're also sort of repairing and healing ourselves and gaining a deeper understanding of ourselves. There's some wonderful things that this game does with the weather. So, you can be in this ancient library and hearing the rain against the walls. And then the music like this comes on and, gives you a very special feeling. So I think you're absolutely right when you talk about, so to find out or recover your past, you're restoring the town. To a certain extent, yes, although they're not necessarily things that are directly causing one another. It's not necessarily your direct motivation. My direct motivation here is specifically, I've come to Hush House to try and find this third option. But I think the idea that you are repairing this house while you are sort of repairing yourself, I think is a very deliberate choice, and I think it's a really interesting thing that's going on. So I'm really glad you picked up on that, Johanna. So there will be some risks, but this is a much more forgiving game than Cultist Simulator DTG16. But I'm pretty sure we're going to start running into some of the dangers. So anyways, this was the thing that I wanted to show yesterday. So first of all, the Tree of Wisdoms is just something else. I'll do a summary of the first level of each one. So we had Horamacastry, the bright art dealing with the laws and contentions of the secret gods called hours and of their name emanations. So Habswitch, first of all, welcome. You may actually be quite into Book of Hours then. I can definitely understand. I like Cultist Simulator a lot. I was a Kickstarter backer, and I've been playing it for years, but I understand completely when people say that they couldn't get into it. I think the game, to a certain extent, was deliberately made to be polarizing. I mean, I'm sure it would be wonderful if everyone could love, everything, but yeah, this is I think this game is very consciously intended to be something different. So this is, kind of a lonely game about restoring restoring an ancient library, as opposed to Cultist Simulator, where you are, someone who's been given a glimpse at the secret world, and you are dealing with the tensions of a very hostile, mundane world, while you're trying to preserve and build on this very special thing that you have. So they exist in the same world, but they are very different objects. And again, if anybody has questions, feel free to ask, but I'm sure you'd all like to see me make some progress. So I'm just going to give a summary of each of the branches of the Tree of Wisdoms, and then we'll start committing some things. So again, Horamachistry, the bright art of dealing with the laws and emanations of the secret gods called ours and their name emanations. So I don't know if Horamachistry is an actual word that exists outside of the secret histories, but I do know if you know enough of the construction of words, you can sometimes get a bit of an idea about what they mean. Ithistry, the bright art of alchemy, metallurgy, pyrotechnics, sometimes called the art that alters. Illumination, the brightest and fiercest of the bright arts, whose initiates purify themselves and the world around them. Hushery, aesthetics, necromancy, silence. Nyctodromy, the nightliest of the night arts, travel through the darkness and the hidden places. Yes. So for those of you that didn't notice, when DTG16 pointed out, you can see all the particles sort of moving in towards the mouse. Then I can move it further over here. Scolacosophy, the study of things that should not be studied, worms, earthquakes, abrasions in the world's skin, the most abhorred of the night arts. That's Bosk 2. Bosk 1, the lore of the primeval wood, rarely written, often felt. Preservation, healing, restoration, renewal of all the arts unregarded. Preservation is most commonly dismissed by adepts as unworthy of attention. And finally, birdsong, music, riddles, miscellanea. If the gods gossiped, ... So you can also see that there are sort of names for these. So birdsong, preservation, and the Bosk are considered the arts unregarded, whereas Scolacosophy, Nyctodromy, and Hushery are considered the night arts. And then we've got the bright arts, which are Horamachistry, Ithistry, and Illumination. One other thing that's neat about this, so you can unlock different branches of the Tree of Wisdoms, but one thing that I do notice, so you'll notice here we've got Illumination 7. Now, this is the path that we're sort of moving down anyway. But if I wanted, one thing that I could do is I could actually move down the Hushery path and then jump all the way over to Illumination 7 without needing to do the earlier Illumination paths. Likewise, we could get a bit of a jump on Hushery, so we could start from Illumination 3 and move up to Hushery 4. And then in the case of Ithistry, it's basically side to side in terms of these things. So there's different ways of traversing the Tree of Wisdoms. You don't just need to go all the way down. But we're not quite there yet. We need something in the center of the Tree of Wisdoms. The Rescued Journal. My memories lie curled in my journal like a seed in winter earth. Once you've rescued and read your journal, use it to unlock the tree. The path that makes it so that you can hush everyone when they say things you don't like. Well, I mean, we are the librarian. The achievement unlocked is if you deliver a particularly good shh to people. Hello, Narkexi. Hey, I made it to me late night playing Baldur's Gate 3. This is the other RPG starting with B that has furry companions. The roots of memory. There are always choices, and so there are always regrets. And we get a new element of the soul, Trist, the change and the longing, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. So moon, moth, element of the soul. This human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler soul. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kind of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. For those of you who are fans of ancient Egypt, I think the inspiration for this are some of the ancient Egyptian ideas in terms of sort of the parts of people, but I'm not educated enough on that to say for sure. So now, when we get certain skills, they're going to have these different like icons with them. So apparently everybody here is into hushery, but we'll wind up being able to commit these to get additional elements of the soul. But I haven't unpaused the game yet, so I think the time has come for us to start making some choices. So, it's a couple things that I want to do. We are going to use Reverend Timothy to go deeper into the house, but we also have the option of hiring someone at the Sweet Bones to be able to get them to help us out with some work as well. It's a sunny day, so I can employ that towards studying the Amberflecked Journal. And in addition, I do need to catalog the 3 books that I have in my lodgings right now. So first of all, the 2 books that came with the place, basically. There's Traveling at Night, which is a Knock 4 book, and then Volume 2, which is a Sky 6 book. So both of those are a little too difficult for me to handle right now. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to catalog these and see if we can find something that's a little bit easier for me to work with. And for that, we need to use the consider verb. So we'll start with one of the baronial period books. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested, by Francis Bacon. Catalog a baronial period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to the 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. So, DTG, this is one of the potential challenges, is that some of the books may be cursed or carry other kinds of contamination, and that will affect me. And this early in the game, it'll actually be a big problem. As an aside, we're not quite ready to do it yet, but there is eating and drinking in the game. So we've got Cater and Hero, second flush Assam tea. We also have a bottle of dandelion wine. And feeding yourself and other people is actually a mechanic in the game. So, all right, so it looks like I'm going to be able to get away with my silly... well, actually, we don't know that for sure, but I am going to be able to hire someone to unlock another part of the house, it looks like. So I am going to talk with Reverend Timothy again. Okay. So, Memory Foresight on Wits Forge and Fire Blast, Meanings Press and Screw, Coleridge on Donne's Poetry. So, one of the things that I want to do, to unlock the gatehouse stairs, I would need either 2 forge or 2 lantern from an assistant. And in order to be able to unlock the cloistered garden, I need either 2 lantern or 2 nectar. So one of the things that I can do, because I have a little bit of money left, I can use a florin to get assistance from a miner. In the spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. So for those of you who are curious about the crowns and florins and all of this, this was actually currency that was used in the past. Okay, so we have cataloged the baronial period book that we had. This used to be the blue one. So now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. So this is De Oris, and it's book 1. An occasionally coherent catalog of the secret gods organized by hour. This is a reprint, but in the original Latin. So this has a level 4 nectar mystery. Now, I do need to be thoughtful in terms of the next few steps that I'm going to be making. So, for instance, if I want to use my Faust, I could use that to read the Amberflecked Journal, or I could use it to catalog one of these books, or I could use it to enhance one of the followers. So, for instance, I could use this Faust, I could talk to the miner, and I could use them to unlock the gatehouse stairs, for instance. So I think we're okay for unlocking different parts of Hush House for now. And I do think I'm ready to get the mystery from the Amberflecked Journal. So we will consider the Amberflecked Journal. But in this case, I'm going to use the sunny day. So we'll use the memory here. The sun is not what it was, but today he is smiling. This has 2 lantern and 2 sky. and then I'll use my health as my element of the soul. So lantern revelations. I can master this mystery, enough lantern to match mystery lantern. So that's going to take 1 minute while I read my journal and see the contents. All right, and there is the miner who's helping me. So, thus they more or less ruled themselves, with the help of their wild Celtic temperament made wilder by the hardness of their lives and the truly ghastly conditions under which they worked. With all this, it is not to be wondered that the Tinners acquired the reputation of being scarcely human, but it must be remembered that among them at all times were those men whose characters could stand comparison with the best of men. L. Russell Muirhead. All right, let's see what our conversation with Reverend Timothy brought. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. And we learn some gossip from that. So I'm going to now talk to my assistant. We're going to talk to him about the memory foresight. I can discuss a memory with the assistant. And what this is going to do is it's going to give the forge and the lantern from that memory, and we're going to be able to use him to unlock the gatehouse stairs. It's also midday, so I lose my memories and my elements of the soul reset when the day is finished, so I do want to make sure I use this fast, but I may still be able to use that for other things. Okay, we're continuing to read the journal. Okay, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So you can see here that he's got 3 forge. We'll pick him up. I'll have a chat with Reverend Timothy again. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. And it takes a minute to unlock an area, so we're gaining access to the gatehouse. Now, one other option that I have with Reverend Timothy would be, this wouldn't work, but we would be able to unlock Mr. and Mrs. Kill's place to be able to access them. Again, I don't think that's the right call. I think it would make sense to unlock the cloistered garden first, but we'll see. I have lots of different options available to me. I don't really need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So we got a memory solace from that. Peace after trouble. That's 2 heart and 1 sky. So that one isn't as helpful for me just because we already had the 2 sky from the weather, and we chose to apply that to the journal as it is. But it's always nice to have more aspects to deal with. Okay, so I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. So we are going to see how... Oh, does this not count as a skill? I guess not, because it's a persistent memory. So, lesson, auroral contemplations. I've gained more understanding of auroral contemplations. So what we can do here is we can consider this a new skill to know what will pass in what has passed. So this will be the first skill that I gain, and I can actually take this up to level 3 if I want, but it is going to involve some work on my part. Alright, the Watchman's Tower, 1st floor. The notorious Ava de Wolf, first and last Baroness Brandkrug, liked this room, because the side of this house carried the fewest memories of her poor father Valentine, so she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below, or just because of how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter. So there are a few things inside here. I should actually be taking some time to go over them, but in this case we've got 5 books, 2 curia, 3 baronials, so more that we'll need to catalog. And then in order to gain the access to the top floor of the Watchman's Tower, we need either 2 Grail or 2 Sky. And for that, either Mr. Kill or Mrs. Kill would be helpful here. So this gives us a reason to say that maybe we want to use Reverend Timothy to be able to, to unlock the Kill's residence. So what I think I will do in this case... There are still some things that I want to get from conversations with people, but I am getting near the end of the day, so we need to be thoughtful in terms of how how the timing works. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. So, auroral contemplations. To know to know what will pass in what has passed. The practitioners of this discipline see endings and beginnings, passages and transitions in the same mode as dawn and sunset. So one thing that I can do if I want, I could actually apply this to the first the first branch or leaf, I guess, in the Tree of Wisdoms. Now, I don't want to do this to illumination quite now. Is there a set amount of time in this game, or is it essentially endless? So far as I can tell, it's endless. But I also, as you can see, I talk a lot when I play this game. So it's, if there's some kind of implied, timer, I haven't encountered it yet. But that doesn't mean that there isn't something to force me along. So one of the reasons why I'm not going to commit this right away is that I have the opportunity to level this up to 3, which will make it stronger. It'll allow me to take on higher lantern challenges, but it will also allow me to go further down the Tree of Wisdoms. So for instance, if I were to, let's say, get up to 4 hushery, or alternatively, if I were to get 2 other illumination options, I would be able to unlock a path to Hushery 4, or alternatively, if I somehow got to Hushery 4, I would be able to use this higher level Auroral Contemplations in the illumination slot. So right now I'm trying to make the most of what I have. This does make the game a little more difficult for me, but I've never really got to fully try out some things I wanted to on that path. So that's why I'm doing it the way that I'm doing it here. Okay, decisions. Sorry, I just need a second to figure out where I'm going. So if I want to level this up, I'm going to need memories with Lantern or Edge. I don't have either of those right now, but we'll get to it. And I need a couple seconds, but I think I know the path that I'm taking. So we'll use our Faust with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Okay, so he gave me a fear memory. That's actually very helpful. That'll let me level up the lantern right away. Now what I'm going to do... By the way, I do like the generic name for talk. So talk, although not in the library, please. So in this case, to unlock Mr. and Mrs. Kill's place, I need a mutual acquaintance to introduce me to the Kills, someone of stature or someone who shares their interests. So again, we need an introduction. Well, Reverend Timothy will give us an introduction. And in this case, we need someone with Grail, Heart, Lantern, Moon, Sky, or Winter. Well, in this case, Reverend Timothy has Lantern. So candles and coffins. A mutual acquaintance has induced the Kills to invite me for a fish supper. If I'm lucky, fish supper may mean Mrs. Kill's celebrated gallets. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Lovecraft. Okay, so in order to be able to... Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that I need to use an element of the soul, so that doesn't count. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Okay, so the birds mean that we're near the end of the day. So I'm going to take the time to open up the cloistered garden here. I can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space. And Mr. Kill pumps my hand. Just me and thee and the missus tonight. Well, there's a client in the back, but if thee don't bother he won't bother thee. The Kill's household is now available. So, because of... Mrs. Kill's celebrated gallets, we have the memory satisfaction. Some appetites are easier to satisfy than others, which is 2 Grail. Hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of Grail honors both the birth and the feast. And heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. So that was a pretty productive day for us. So there's a few things that are going to happen. In order to be able to unlock the top floor, we'll be able to get Mrs. Kill to help us with that because she has a high level of Grail. We also were able to use Reverend Timothy to unlock the cloistered garden for us. So one of the things that I want to start thinking about will be where I can get the Sky, the knock, and the nectar to be able to study the different books that we're finding. And then, of course, we want to catalog the remaining ones. All right, St. Brendan's Cloister. The sisters and brothers of the Abbey built these gardens in the 13th century at the height of the period we now call Solar Gothic. Walk here a while and breathe the peace they left. Now, there's a garden here, so it will grow sea holly in the summer and blue crown in the winter. Let's also take a minute and examine a few more things that were in the house and the rooms that we unlocked. So there are red deer antlers, not quite hair, not quite teeth, but proof that someone has killed something. Yethhound horns. In times past, the Yeth pursued the impious and impure across the moors of this country. Hendrik de Wolf never liked them. And here we have a bust of Serena Blackwood. This bust is carved from alabaster. We unlocked another bust, in this case Walter de Wolf. This bust is carved from serpentinite, a striking local stone. And we're on to a new day. So there's definitely going to be weather. But I know, well, actually, I don't necessarily know. So let's just take a second here. So to get to the long tower on the first floor, we'll need lantern or winter, a little bit more than what we have already. To get to the walled garden, we'll need 4 edge or 4 nectar, and to get to the first true threshold, we'll need 3 knock or 3 rose. So we'll definitely use Reverend Timothy for at least one of these. I think Faust makes sense, so Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. And we will also take the time to hire Mrs. Kill. Oh, hang on, but I need to get some Grail in order to be able to hire Mrs. Kill. So, never mind. Hail! All right. This is interesting. Now, you can notice that... I'm sure you all can hear the sound of the hail, right? There's a wonderful touch that they've added in this. So, just enjoy the sound for a little bit. And if you zoom in... Outside? Inside. So I mentioned, this is now a couple days ago, but there was a big storm here in Ottawa. And I remember quite specifically thinking to myself, like, I really wish I had Book of Hours right now, because it was just like it was just the right kind of mood for, for something like that. So yeah, I wanted to share that detail. That's something that got added pretty recently. Okay, so hail counts as a memory. So ice wraps on the roof and treetops. So it's 3 edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. So these are references to 2 Hours, the Colonel, and the Lionsmith. We talked about sky, so this is 3 edge and 3 sky aspects. So remember, we do have a book that requires sky, but it requires 6 sky, so I need to find another 3, and I don't have any sky. Well, that's not entirely true. I've actually got 4 here. So one thing I could try, right, would be this book, the Faust, the Hail, and if I had a skill with 2 sky, then I would be good, but the problem is I don't have that sky. So what I am going to do... Oh, there's a couple things I need to do, actually. So first of all, we have a desk. So first of all, we want to read the letter to the librarian. A message for me. Read the letter to reply instead at ink at a desk. So we'll read the letter. Actually, yeah, let's see what the letter says before we start committing our... I finished reading. Oop. St. Ronwin's Trust wishes to congratulate me on my appointment as librarian of Hushhouse. The Trust assures me that it will provide the promised stipend each spring, but reminds me that its resources are limited and suggests I seek local assistance in restoring the premises. Let us know when you're ready. When you're all set up and ready to receive visitors. The letter concludes. It's signed simply the trustees. So as mentioned in the game, we do need ink to do a reply. So if I want, I can use Ugall ink, a variant of Iron Gall ink, particularly difficult to erase, a minor ink of power. Now, this is the Ava desk, a magnificent 18th century secretary disc commissioned for Lady Ava de Wolf, last of the Brankrug de Wolfs. So I could add the papers here, and I can add the ink. So reply to St. Ronwin's Trust, add a soul card to determine the tone of the letter. Not all desks allow all soul cards. So for this, I would need a Edge, Grail, Moon, or Winter card. In this case, Trist, an enigmatic reply to St. Ronwin's Trust. The sea remains, the house remains. What else remains? We shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time I will learn what that means. All right, so we've got our letter finished. We should have access to Reverend Timothy in a little bit. And the question is, what do I want to do with my remaining elements of the soul? I have Faust and I have Shapt. Now, one of the things that I could do, I could try and get an introduction to Denzil the Smith. That would likely happen through hiring someone at the Sweet Bones. I'm starting to run out of money, but I don't think it would be bad for me to go ahead and do that. And one of the reasons why that's valuable to me... Oh, no, actually, hang on. I've got a far better use for the hail. I could just use it to upgrade my auroral contemplations. There's always more to... I mean, I could... it's a tough one, because I do actually find it takes me a while to access the walled garden. But yeah, I still think that's the right call. So I am going to use the hail to... I go out for a walk, and I learn something new. All right, there's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms, if you haven't already committed it. Okay, let's go. I've got health and Shapt to work with. Now, I don't believe I can catalog something with health. Oh, well, I would need to consider anyway, so. And we're going to have a chat with Reverend Timothy. All right, so we got an intuition memory from that. That's Moon and Rose. And here's the reply to the trust. I can take this to the post office to be dispatched to St. Ronwin's Trust. Once they know I've arrived, they'll send more funds, I hope. The skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. So now this is a 3-lantern and 2-edge skill. All right, so I can go to the post office, reply to the trust. Patience, thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow, thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend, thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase a stamp. Stamp, envelope, send. The postmistress examines the letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. So now I can expect visitors' correspondence and a stipend from the trust every spring. Yeah, we still have one more day here in Canada at least, but I guess on the other side of the world, the weekend's getting a bit old. Okay, coming in with the sass. Okay, yes, so it won't accept nectar for cataloging. So now I have a little bit of a tricky, kind of a tricky problem to deal with. If I would like to use Reverend Timothy to gain access to... oh, I might have messed this up already. No, we're fine. So if I'd like to use Reverend Timothy to access the first true threshold, I'm going to need to use the Shapt in order to sort of improve him to be able to handle that. But that does also mean that I'm not going to be able to catalog any of the books, and I know that I can't handle any of the existing books that I have. And again, these are just the sorts of decisions that you have to make in a game like this. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I think I was counting on being able to get access to Mrs. Kill, but I don't actually have the right aspects in order to be able to do that. All right. Well, now if I want to get access to the Long Tower, I can do that by using the Revelation with Reverend Timothy. So that's got... I can actually start using the Shaps for other things now. Alternatively, I could use that with the Auroral Contemplations to be able to move that up even higher. I think... no, I couldn't, because that has to have Lantern or Edge, and Shapt has neither. What do you all think of the music, by the way? Let's take a look at some of the other things in the house. So when it's hailing out, you usually spend some time indoors and look at the different things. So we have an astrolabe, Baron Silence's astrolabe. Thomas DeWolf used this in his calculations, but it's much older than he was. So this is a tool. One reason the apes beat the Beatles, Sky and Comfort. We also have another tool in here, which is a mirror scope, bewildering and occasionally useful. Lantern aspect. We already talked about the Ava desk. We've got a star-strewn chair, velvet soft as starlight, and a night sky chair, velvet smooth as midnight. There's also some quire of paper here, creamy smooth, eagerly awaiting ink. All right, we learned about regret from Reverend Timothy. So I think I am going to use Reverend Timothy to be able to unlock the first floor of the Long Tower. The Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the Isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. So, of course, because this is the Long Tower, Kite and I both know that... Okay, so actually, I know the name of one of the people who spent a lot of time in the Long Tower, a man named Solomon Husher. But I think Kite and I both know that his theme song is Long, Long Man. Would somebody who is familiar with... We've got 3 people in the chat who are familiar with it. I love those those commercials. But if anybody who is familiar with Cultist Simulator or the Secret Histories who would like to explain to the others what the Long are, feel free. Otherwise, we will discover over the course of playing, because this game is not intended to be only for people who are familiar with Cultist Simulator. It is accessible to anybody. All right, so let's keep talking with Reverend Timothy. I don't think there's a whole lot more for me to do with him, but it wouldn't hurt if I can hire one of the miners and make them a bit stronger. That would be better. So did you send him the long one, or did you send him like the package of like the individual gummies? I like gummies. I think that was the challenge, is that as funny as the commercials were, I probably just wanted the gummy more than anything. We got both. Nice. Okay, let's catalog a Curia period book. This was probably written in probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And we've got a hindsight memory, so I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't even really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So there are some reasons why I'm taking the time to get these memories still, and that's because there are other parts of the house that I can explore. So if I can somehow get a third winter, this hindsight would be useful to me. I can't combine the regret and the hindsight, unfortunately. I can only use one at a time. But again, we've got 4 edge, we've got 3 knock or 3 rows. Our intuition sadly only has 2 rows. And then we've got the lantern and winter. The lantern is something that we've already got handled. All right. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Exercises in the continuity of self. Techniques proposed by the Hostorium, the most inaccessible and upsetting of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree, for the persistence of memory after the body is discarded. So this is a level 8 winter mystery. This is definitely going to be a challenging book for us to read. Alright, I don't think there's going to be anything for me to do with my health now, so we will go and work at the Sweet Bones. Heart, there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. And I do want a minute here, because we've got the revelation, so if I try to boost someone by lantern, I don't think that would work. No, I think we're at the point here where we'll just unlock the first floor of the Long Tower. Again, the Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. No problem, Momoko-hana. I'm sorry I spent so much time talking, but I do hope I get a chance to see both you and you stop by for more of this game when we've unlocked a little bit more of Hush House. It's always a delight to have both of you here, and it's even more fun when you're both here with Kite. So it was great to see. It was great to see all three of you here. Thank you so much for stopping by. More fun for them, maybe. By the way, Kai, I think it was in Outlast Trials yesterday, but one of the achievements... I can't remember if it was the achievement that I got or one of the achievements I was reading, but got to unlock more Hush. Yes. I am the least appropriate streamer to be playing a game with a place called Hush House. But there was an achievement called High as a Kite, and I was like... that is the one... That phrase always made sense to me until, of course, now I think of you whenever I think of Outlast Trials, and I'm like, Kite is the last person I would ever associate with the concept of being high. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. In 1818, the Very Reverend Solomon Husher became the third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan, although the Curia generally liked a bit more luxury. No one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. Actually, come to think of it, I don't know if Solomon was along or if it was Julian Cosley. Anyways, the theme still works for Julian Cosley too. So. Oh, I didn't realize that I'd unpaused the game. That's fine, but I did want to catch up with a little bit on this. So, the Very Reverend Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan, although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury. No one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. So we've got a couple of Curia texts in here for us to read. It looks like there's a few things in here as well. So we've got Solomon Husher. This bust is the palest white marble, a chalice candle, widow's candle. We've got the pale desk. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen Bogu, blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk, he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun, which when he blotted the last word on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple, or so the story goes. We will not see people crossing the bridge. It's quite a lonely place here, but there are visitors to the library. We'll see them. I don't know when, but I'm pretty sure you'll see one before the end of the stream. Okay, we've got some more ink. Perniculate, deadly. Use gloves to read text produced with this pigment, an ink of power, sometimes considered an unsanctioned ink. We have whispering sand, white silver sand, in which the voice of the waves lingers. We have a Nivine parchment, pale as the first wisp of a mountain cloud. Winter aspect, blank. We talked about the 2 Curia desks Curia texts. And then we have the second floor, freezing air, even tendrils of fog drift from the tower top. I should probably seek help from someone who knows the local traditions for dealing with restless spirits. So, of course, we can get Reverend Timothy with the Faust to be able to access this, so we'll still wind up talking with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. And we'll see what the weather is. Storm. Thunder roaring, lightning lashed skies. So this is always fun to do. Neat, huh? There is a specific rain as well, but yeah, this was definitely, when it was stormy out, I was like, I really want to be playing Book of Hours now. Okay, so let's think about what we're going to be doing for the day. So one thing, a storm is usually a special event in this game because it's very powerful. I was waiting for it to rain in here. Yeah, so there's no rain sound. There's a specific rain event, but in this case, what you hear instead is just the sound of the thunder in the inside the rooms. When you go outside, you can hear the rain, but yeah, so it's always kind of a special event whenever there's a storm, just because they are so powerful. And like, if you think of it, this is one of the things I really love about the Secret History setting, is that there's always just, those little details that when you think about it, is like, oh, of course it would be like that. But you never 100%, like you've never 100% got a clear idea of why it should be, usually until after the thing has come up, basically. So what I mean by this is, if you think about the story, like most of the stories that we're familiar with, right? It's usually, it was a dark and stormy night, right? The storms are always these times of significant power. And so in the case, the explanation in a Secret Histories context would be that storms are usually when, there's something in the air that kind of lets uniquely powerful things happen. And I always like little details like that. There's a few more of those running around, and I don't know if that's the intention by making storms like very, uniquely powerful memories in the game. But I always kind of like that little idea in terms of just every time you think a little bit more about why certain things have certain aspects, they always just make a little more sense. And it's a fun detail for sure. But in any case, a storm is a terrible thing to waste. So just as a reminder, we have 2 Grail or 2 Sky for exploring the house. We've got the Long Tower. Now this one, the second floor of it, that we need 4 lantern for, so the storm's not going to help us there. The Walled Garden requires 4 edge or 4 nectar, so similarly that doesn't do a whole lot. And we've got the first true threshold, which would require knock or rose. So I can give Timothy the knock that he needs using Shapt, but we kind of wanted to use Timothy to get to that higher level of the Long Tower. So we still don't have an obvious candidate for using the storm. If I can somehow get just a little bit more sky, so just a reminder, in order to be able to get the relevant sky, I could apply the memory here. I could even go so far as adding the Faust. But the question would be, what else do I add? And more importantly, I know I wouldn't be upgrading Reverend Timothy. You know what? I think that's still worth it. In fact, I could just risk it. I think I will, but we're gonna wait for a couple conversations with Reverend Timothy, let's say. In the meantime, we can definitely start cataloging some books. So let's catalog the last of the nocturnal books. So I think if I use the pale desk, I can use my health to catalog a book as well. Yep. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to the 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. I'll probably use the Shapt for consideration as well, but I don't believe it will work here. All right, The Temptations of Architecture. The antiquarian and nyctodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors, with particular reference to a house in the Bounds named Treowin. Treowin, by the way, is a real place in the real world that you can visit as part of the Locksmith's Dream. Just making a few notes about the various characters we're meeting. Okay, as always, we need to decide what do we want to do with our time. So I've got, let's say that the Fost is spoken for right now. But maybe I think we'll catalog a book. An investigation of a foundered country, subtitled Recordings from the Atlantic Coast. And this is a phonograph record, so we're not quite there yet. So we'll catalog another Curia book. So this one, it doesn't matter that it's for Moon. It's not one that we're going to be able to read, quote unquote, until we get the relevant equipment. Okay, hindsight. Come on. So I do kind of want to finish this last lesson learned from the Auroral Contemplations, but clearly there are other things we can be doing right now. Alright, on the matters and deeds of serpents. This was probably the Prophecies of the Naga, rendered into English and illustrated by William Midnight in Paris in the 1880s, but it shows a number of divergences from that text. It's certainly quite recent by the standards of VAC texts. Okay, so no more consideration for us for a while. I put this one on the same line as the phonograph record, just because we can't really read them right now. There is kind of a system that I work out, but generally we need to get a bit deeper in the library before we can properly shelve things. Hey, another storm memory. Ooh, that might be interesting. Oh, it's Memory Storm, though, so that's a little different. Okay, so that's a 2-sky... Yeah, I'm going to keep talking with Reverend Timothy, but I think the time has come for... This is a risky move, but it's... I think it's going to be worth it. So we're going to try reading Traveling at Night, Volume 2, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. Oh, not hindsight. Perhaps. You provided sky, but not enough to match mystery sky. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So there's a chance that it'll ask us for some wall art. How you doing? I'm very much enjoying the now Tree of Wisdom working version of Book of Hours. How's the run going? Still pretty early, but it's going all right. I'm kind of facing my eternal struggle of, what do I use my elements of the soul for? I may take a small break to refill my coffee. This is not exactly the time I should be refilling coffee, but I really want some, so... Okay, so this was definitely a memory that I was looking to get. So we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy about that right away so we can get him up to the 4 lantern. Opportunities. There's still a chance. So we've got 1 of 3. Oh, it'll actually tell us. Awen, divine inspiration, or just the right breath of air at the right moment. This mood increases certain aspects. Extra effort, soul. So if I could somehow get my Faust back, that would be great. The right sky's weather. No! Oh, that's so disappointing. We're gonna blow this. That's interesting, it lets me put it in, though. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. There's still a chance. Actually, this probably caused more problems than anything. So yeah, the memory of a storm is not the same as the storm itself, so... Divine inspiration, or just the right breath of air at the right moment. A mood has come upon us which will increase certain aspects. Harmony! Alright. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So I am curious here whether or not this will annihilate... Okay, so the trick to keep the same... memories is still present. I'm not gonna rely on this, I just wanted to know. Okay, so we read the book. So just again, Traveling at Night Volume 2, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Olopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. I'm reading. There is an extensive discussion on the comparisons between Olopoli's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elagabalus, who Olopoli regards as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is west of the world, Olopoli remarks, and winter does not wait forever. And I've read, Elagabalus found his way to the white door at last, thankfully. Speech can't pass the white door, and honestly, Elagabalus never had anything very interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the white. I suppose I'm thankful for that too, but here's what I do know. Yes. I did get a reply to that particular bug, so I think we'll be fine. If you can just give me a second here. I know I've been a little bit more, there's a couple of different ways that I've been taking small breaks during this game. One, I'm making notes on pieces of paper because this is about as close as I can get to doing my own sort of first playthrough while also doing a stream. And if I can, I like to write little notes for myself, which have nothing to do with the stream playthrough and everything to do with me just taking notes about the world of the game. The other thing I want to do, though, is go into my spreadsheets, and I want to make sure that they're accurate for the current version of the game. And technically, I could go and... it's not that hard to check this stuff inside of the game itself. But... yeah, I mean, this is one of the things that's nice about Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours. I feel like it's a game that rewards sitting down and writing things on paper. So, But I do just want to take a second here and make sure that I've got the right aspects down, or right memories down for certain books. I'm assuming that they're going to stay the same, but you never know, right? Okay, so we have a new skill, sights and sensations. So we'll consider that a new skill. To mix the rarest colors, a merciless detachment is required. I do think that this is a game that also rewards note-taking, just because there's so many skills, there's so many different things to make. It's nice to just be able to keep track of them, particularly if there's something that you think will... like if there's a particular goal that you're looking to achieve, it's nice to just be able to keep track of where you're at. So there's a few things that I want to do. So obviously, cataloging the remaining books is a pretty high priority. So we've got 2 Sky and 1 Winter off of that. That is a Hushery or Nyctodromy. Again, I'm going to try and hold back on committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms until I'm absolutely ready. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. Okay, the Stolen Secret was interesting. But I think we're just going to put him to work on the 2nd floor. So, freezing air, even tendrils of fog drift from the tower top. I should probably seek help from someone who knows the local traditions for dealing with restless spirits. So just a reminder of the aspects that I'm looking for. We need 4 Knock, 4 Nectar, 8 Winter, 10 Forge for the existing texts that we have. And then we've got 5, well, probably more once we unlock the next room. We've got 5 texts which are unaccounted for. The night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I think what I'm going to do at the start of the next day, I'm going to take a small break for myself just to make some additional refreshments. And maybe one thing I can do in future playthroughs is when I make a cup of tea in the game, I'll make a cup of tea in real life. It'll be the Book of Hours LARP. But yeah, we'll. I don't want to be up all night because there are some things that I need to get done tonight. But I don't know. I'd like to share more of the game if I can. Okay, the Long Tower, Solomon's quarters. Generally reckoned the chilliest room in the house, the Long Tower was usually called the Winter Tower until Julian Cosley, Magus Epistler, reputed Long, dwelt here briefly in the 17th century. Solomon Husher was the second known to sleep in the room. Evidently, they didn't mind the cold. Gusped Solomon. Julian Cosley and Solomon Husher, both great sages of winter, slept in this bed, although not simultaneously. No one, the story runs, has ever managed a serene night's sleep in it since. And again, we've got the 2 uncatalogued baronial books and 2 curia books. We also have a glass of Isle water from Brankrug's Deep Springs. Okay, let's see what the weather is, and then I'm going to take a small break. It's a sunny day. Don't you just love this art style? Okay, so I can use this to improve the auroral contemplations. For Reverend Timothy, we're going to need Knock if we're going to use him to go deeper into the house. I do also have the option of using the sunny day to improve one of the, like we could hire a miner and get them to unlock the Watchman's Tower top floor. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea, I think. Okay, so a chat with Reverend Timothy. Hire a miner. Catalog a book. catalog another book. And I'll let you all enjoy the sound of a fireplace. I'm going to take a small break. I am going to run ads for a little bit just to give people a chance to dodge the pre-roll ads if they're coming in a little bit later. It takes about 5 minutes for the coffee to brew, but I'll just keep it by the desk. I just need to boil the water, and I don't know. I've been sitting or lying down for most of today, so I honestly kind of just want to get a little bit of a stretch in as well. But it won't be. I'll try to keep it relatively quick. And then we'll be back to enjoy a little bit more of the mysteries of Hush House. I'll see you all soon. Thank you all for your patience, except for those of you left. You can go to hell. All right. The coffee is in front of me. It's not quite done. Not quite done yet. So, I think we worked out some plans for the day. We're just kind of waiting on everything falling into place. So we'll talk with the miner right away. And here we're going to talk about the sunny day with them. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So I think I'm going to keep the Faust in reserve in hopes of being able to improve the auroral contemplations. Alright, we have The Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's Turn, when Lagash, the queen unsated, was offered an opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot, as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. And 108. I think this was good for getting fear. I can't remember exactly, but Ava DeWolf discurses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the great hooded princes, the Knocklong, who ascended under the mother of ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the horned axe. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So, before we go too much further, let's just get the miner to take care of the door. The ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory, and the sun above knows what states it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. So what we're going to hope for here when talking with Reverend Timothy, in fact, maybe we'll use the shaft as well, just so we can secure him for the first true threshold. But what we're hoping for here is one lantern and one edge style memory. So, for instance, a revelation and a fear, or a foresight and a fear. Those would be helpful. So it is something of a, it's something of a long shot. I'll be honest. But I think this is a reasonable way of using the day, because if it seems obvious that we're not going to be able to upgrade auroral contemplations, we can always repurpose the Faust towards studying one of these books, or not studying, but cataloging one of these books. The way that I'm playing this is to try and preserve as many options as I have available. So, in fact, while I'm at it, let's talk about Shapt with Reverend Timothy, because we know that we're going to want to do that no matter what. Now, if I have other opportunities to improve hirelings, I'll take them. But right now, we're really looking for either Rose, Knock, Edge, or Nectar. Okay, so we've unlocked the Watchman's Tower, the observatory. Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Brankrug, who they call Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576. By happy coincidence, just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. So just 1 second here. Okay, and that's four new books for us to study. My assistant and I fall easily into conversation. All right, there's the telescope. Oh, that's the coffee done. Scholars of the house watch the courses of the stars to determine their pasts and understand their futures. This will accept Rose and Sky. Ooh, that's going to be tough to see to touch the chair there. Kitty's armchair. This looks like the armchair in which Kitty Mazarine, second librarian, sat for El Breton's famous group portrait. Okay, that's another detail for me to take a note of. I don't think I can actually access that water. Actually, if you can just give me a second here. I don't want to, like, Weather Factory's got a lot of stuff to do between now and release, but if I can, I'd like to just put in little support tickets where I can whenever I encounter things that I sort of feel like I should be able to do. I mean, maybe if we put the telescope to work. I don't think that'll actually do it, but I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. So that's an impulse. That's actually pretty helpful because of the nectar that it gives, but right now I just have other priorities to work with. So again, we're getting close to the end of the day. So if we don't get a lantern and or edge to use our auroral contemplations with, I am going to how do I put it? I'm going to use it to catalog another book. It's definitely looking more like we're going to have to kind of kick the can down the road. But it's important to remember, I do want to get this out of the way before Numa. So this is slowly moving up my list of priorities. Okay, well, there's a revelation. So now we really just need one lantern or one edge to work with. So again, it's getting close to the wire. If I had a book that would be guaranteed to give me lantern or edge, I would definitely be reading it at this point. But for now, I'm just going to settle for what I currently have. I'm also curious if the relative difficulty of some of the books that I'm running into is designed to prevent me doing what I'm doing right now, which is to sit on a lot of my skills. So I think we get 2 more conversations out of this. I'm trying to keep honest. Oh yeah, I guess I don't need to pause each time I do that. Yeah, I'm trying to keep honest with the memories. The reason why I kind of automatically pause is that I just want to make the most of the conversation time. One interesting fact about Reverend Timothy, if I wanted to do like a quote-unquote optimal playthrough, I would actually talk to the miner more than I talk with Reverend Timothy. Because Reverend Timothy takes 15 seconds longer than everyone else to complete a talk action with. Completely unlike anyone that I know in life. But I don't like this idea of me being someone who would not want to talk with Reverend Timothy. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Unfortunately, we did not get the last bit that we needed. So we can put the Faust in here, we can put the memory revelation, but you'll see that we're 1 short. So that's fine. What I am going to do, though, is catalog a book. And then we'll set Reverend Timothy to work on the first true threshold. I've reached the threshold of the house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here, I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know the ways of the earth and sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. Oh, I'm actually surprised at how quickly this gets dealt with. I didn't realize there were varying times. Okay, the entrance hall, the beginning of the house proper. The curio used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and premises. Visitors were often asked to remove their shoes, pause a moment, and listen to the histories. So we've got Saint Millicent, Abbot Thomas, Abbot Geoffrey, Sister, Lady Rowena, Lady de Braus, Hendrik de Wolf. Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron Brandkrug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted Brandkrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brendan's, and Valentin de Wolf. Valentin de Wolf, 6th Baron Brandkrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. And now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. A true history of Valentin de Wolf, written in the third person by Valentin de Wolf, rarely coherent, though it includes some useful footnotes on falconry and on exotic veterinary medicine. Okay, no room for the book there. And we will wait for the day to finish. Oh, wild. So this is interesting. They're sort of indicated as unique, but I guess they just don't have the unique. So maybe they're, yeah, maybe they're not intended to be unique anymore. Maybe they just have the, like the icons. You know, we could test that by checking Reverend Timothy. Okay, so let's think a little bit about how we're handling the next day. So, again, Auroral Contemplations have sort of moved up the list. Now, as far as the sky text is concerned, remembering that we were able to achieve Traveling at Night Volume 2, but only with a bit of luck. What's really changed here? We've got, 1 from Faust, we've got 2 from Sights and Sensations, so that's 3 to start with. The most I can really hope for from a memory at this point would be, we don't have a storm. So, if we have a storm, we're good, but until we get a storm, I can really only get up to 5. So, again, if I want to risk the Faust, I could try and read that, but I think realistically, it's probably not worth it for me to try. We can explore the house, so 4 Grail, 4 Nectar. That would be assuming that we can get Mrs. Kill. We can also try exploring the house through the ground to the Grand Ascent, so that would require Edge, Heart, Moon, or Winter, none of which we currently have access to. We could try the Weed Choke Garden, which would require Heart and Nectar. And again, none of those are something that I can currently use. So I think we are sort of stuck in terms of opening different parts of the house right now. We are in spring, so that's good for Scale, Forge, and Moon. I could say then when we move into summer, we will have Barber, which is good for Moth and Rose. But again, I just think at the current moment, what we really need now are the elements of the soul. So I'm going to do this in a few phases. So in terms of books, we still have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So there's actually quite a bit of cataloging that we need to do still. And of course, if we run into some books that are particularly useful, I want to be able to turn those into, excuse me. I want to be able to turn those into, I want to be able to turn those into skills. Those skills are potentially something that's going to give me access to, to more elements of the soul. So I am going to talk with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So let's also get cataloging. So I think I'm going to save the Faust. but other than the Faust, every element of the soul is going to be employed in cataloging. There are some hotkeys that have been added to the game. I'm gonna see what control can do. Alright, we have Letters from a Fugitive. Lars Westergren, explorer and murderer, spent 7 years escaping justice through his knowledge of byways and shortcuts in the bounds. Throughout that time, he wrote regularly to his daughter, possibly in part to taunt his pursuers. So, written in Frisian, the Frisians worship the Great Mother, who we call the Grail. Theirs was the land in which the Sisterhood of the Knot was born, and this is the tongue in which the Thunderskin pleaded at his ascension. The librarian can read Frisian, but few others can. So this will be good. This is something that, like, I don't have an immediate path in terms of reading this, but 6 isn't, like, that's not quite, it's one of those ones where I'm like, it's not impossible, I guess is where I go with that. So this has potential. Next up, we will consider, well, let's see what we've got here. Treaties on the Underplaces. So this is one I feel like we should have a pretty easy time. There is a question in terms of the weather, so I don't think we can really rely on the weather to be able to read this, but really I just need 2 knock to be able to read this thing. So herein, a 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschalt describes the bounds or underplaces on the borders of dream. He warns that they shift over time. So again, there's something of a question in terms of when I'm going to get the knock to be able to do this, but it is within the realm of possibility, let's say. For that reason, I'm actually going to hold off using my Shapt to catalog a book until we're closer to the end of the day, because if we get lucky and we get a 2 knock, so like I guess the way to think about this is I'm going to want to keep the Faust available in case something comes up for my, my memories to be able to level up the Auroral Contemplations. Oh yeah, I thought I was going to look for... Okay, so it could be that uniqueness doesn't exist in the game anymore. But yeah, so basically, the way things are right now, I'm going to try and get all of these memories from Reverend Timothy, but how do I put it? If it seems like we're not going to be able to, get the lantern or the edge, or if I'm not going to get, the knock, we'll take some time to catalog the books at the end of the day. And that's basically going to be how the next couple of days go until we find something relevant to our to unlocking different areas. Again, there's lots of books for us to work with, so there's no need for me to there's really no need for me to go too far down the path of, like, I don't know, working for like, I guess the thing is, like, money is nice, but if I don't have, like, if it's not realistic for me to be able to unlock some of these rooms, why use the Shapt and the Faust when I could potentially be getting things that'll give me access to more elements of the soul. All right, I don't need to listen to everything that Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. keep remembering I need to push control. So again, just thinking about rows, this still wouldn't get me what I need. So we're in the afternoon. No, oh, no, actually this won't be useful. I was just thinking I was going to try and get an introduction to Denzil, but it occurs to me I don't think the Solace will do the trick, actually. So I think I'm going to have to give up on using the Faust today, because I need to talk with Reverend Timothy about Solace to get access to Denzil. So we'll take a second here and consider the... Actually, maybe should have used... Yeah, I should have used the desk for that one. Okay, so that's fine. We'll talk with Reverend Timothy about Solace so that we can unlock Denzil the Smith. Actually, if I do that, then I miss out on another potential memory. So I think he gives a foresight. I don't need Denzil right now, so I'm I'll just enjoy the chat with Reverend Timothy. All right, Ettery After. An anonymous erotic novel occasionally claimed to have been written by Ava de Wolf, although at least 2 duels were fought in her honor to avenge this slander. Hey, Raybeam, you fell asleep last night. I am glad. I mean, this is a tremendous compliment in terms of my abilities. Being able to make people fall asleep during an Outlast stream. How many streamers can you say do that? We got through it though. I think I got an A. So the A+ has been elusive for that root canal medium difficulty. But Evil's Resurgence, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Put you on my iPad and passed out. I've definitely done that. Less for streaming, but there have been more than a couple of times I've like wanted to watch something and I just kind of put my head down and the next thing I sort of wake up and I'm like, how much time has passed? Is it even the same day? Oh, great. You must be somebody who's watched the stuff through YouTube. Yeah, well, I mean, Dendrian has a good term for this. He likes to say he's a good second monitor stream, and I kind of feel like I sit in the same place. Like a lot of the design here for the stream really is built around. There's no point in talking with Timothy, but I might as well, right? You know, being able to, let people. Like, I like being able to interact with people when I can. This is a weird thing for me, is that I don't get a lot of opportunities to do it, but I've always felt more comfortable in front of large audiences. But I don't mind having a smaller audience and basically just being able to do a broadcast where people can sort of just put it on and, do something in the background or just, nod off to it. So thank you very much, Raybeam. Yeah, no, it's that's not intended for me to be a I'm not trying to be mopey about my status. This is actually one thing which I think I do. This is one thing I think I do reasonably well. And in terms of the setup, there is a specific so things like not putting a camera on the stream, not having chat on the stream and things like that. Those are a few conscious choices in order to kind of create a particular atmosphere, and these are things that I do tend to get compliments on, so thank you for that. I'm hearing is I'm always ready to be a pro. Get this man a stadium. I will definitely try to rise to the occasion. I'm actually going to send you a quick DM, Kite, because I'm not ready to talk about this in public, but... But this is another one of these ones where, with advice on containment, that seems pretty achievable for us. Maybe I'll... So it's contingent on us getting the... it's contingent on us getting a knock memory, but... I won't say no. I'll also just double check. Usually at night we can't talk. Yeah, an unsociable hour. It's late. Another time? You can't speak with this assistant at night. Make use of them quickly or let them go home. Thank you very much, Raybeam. I hope that's not... Oh! Things are happening. I'll let the Ark of the Covenant finish opening. So I hope that's voluntary. I do sometimes talk in terms of like the overall health for the stream and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that that is not to stop me being a sad sack. I usually just like kind of talking through this stuff, so I'm fine. I really appreciate you subbing. But yeah, like I never like I'm never at a point. I never want people to feel like guilted into doing that sort of stuff. But it's been okay. Excellent. Thank you, Raybeam, and I appreciate it. Obviously, I did Outlast as a lark, and I actually didn't even think that I was gonna do those insane runs until I had such a good time with it. So, in some ways, you are actually really. It was so pleasant to have you around, and of course some of the other people as well, but I really remember you hanging out during that particular stream that actually wound up letting me do what I had a lot of fun with, actually. So I really appreciate you showing that extra level of support, just because, you know, again, I've got, usually with names, there's like 1 or 2 points of connection where I sort of, I'm like, oh yeah, that person from, you know, there's someone in the channel who still stops by, Endors. And I remember specifically him playing a game called Gods Will Be Watching, or well, I was playing the game Gods Will Be Watching, and so it's just one of these things where like it's hard to explain exactly how it happens, and I'm not great at always remembering sort of names and specific context, but every once in a while there's just this indelible link that's made. So yeah, I'm very glad you popped in randomly. Okay, current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? So DTG, if you're still around, this is your moment. This is going to be one of the visitors to Hush House. We'll either draw a new incident or find a suitable visitor for the current incident, or retire the current incident if there are no visitors left for it. So it's another cloudy day. Not too much excitement happening there. But I am going to use the Faust to speak with Reverend Timothy. And we're going to do the same thing that we did before. We're going to use our elements of the soul to consider the remaining texts. Let me just work the rest of that out. And it is now summer, the Grail at her greatest. So if we have an opportunity, we now have a Barber, which will give us Moth and Rose. We're not quite at the point where we can use either of those, so we're looking for Heart Nectar, Grail Nectar, Edge Nectar, or Edge Heart, Moon, or Winter. Okay, the Book of the Centipede. In the mid-1860s, one Madame Yi presented an entertainment based, she claimed, on this book. So let's set that aside. And Oblations in Iron, a monster hunting initiate of the hour called the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, records the exhibits she has rendered to the Worm Museum in the Mansis. So that is a 6-winter mystery. There are some cases where that will be achievable, but right now we are short on the elements of the soul that we need to work with that. So let me think a little bit about what I want to do. We did have a couple of knock texts that if we get one memory that that gives us 2 knock, then we can work with that. Otherwise, yeah, I think I'm gonna hold out for the same reasons I did last time. The only thing that'll change is that because there are going to be things happening in the world, I may change my ordering depending on what books are available. Developments in the world beyond Brandkrug, drawing a new incident. Dr. Ibn al-Adim. Right, so we've got the hindsight memory. I do like that the introduction to the Frisian language was most people don't read it, and of course our first visitor is someone who understands Frisian. All right, Dr. Ibn al-Adim, the Alapine, historian, doctor, and above all, traveler. The good doctor has been associated with all but one of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. He was even secretary nunkiant of Hush House for a little while, but he has never been on good terms with the Suppression Bureau. So Dr. Ibn al-Adim is interested in scale and rows. He understands Aramaic. He is a visitor, the primary route by which books enter and leave the library. The arrival of a visitor may be cause for a variety of emotions. He understands Greek, Frisian, Sanskrit, Latin, and Sabazine, an enigmatic language well enough to read or teach it. Now, as it happens, there doesn't seem to be an event that's going on right now, which I haven't actually seen happen before. But what I'm going to do here, we'll finish talking with Reverend Timothy, and we'll see if we can give Dr. Adim what he needs. I think probably the 108 is the best option here. Alternatively, I can give him a rose text. I think that's on this side. I mean, Letters from a Fugitive would work as well. We'll start with a scale. Okay, Revelation is good. Alright, peace be with you. I ask entry to the house. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. You know what? We've got 5 minutes left, so I think I'm actually going to keep talking with Reverend Timothy at this point. So if I need, I can offer the Alapine a... Oop. That's interesting. Oh, it has to be a winter occupant. Now, for those of you unfamiliar, so this actually gives us some more detail in terms of who Dr. Ibn al-Adim is. We have seen him in Cultist Simulator before. For those of you... Okay, actually, out of people who are in the channel, are there any Cultist Simulator fans here who haven't seen the Book of Hours stuff yet? Because there is a familiar face, which I'm looking forward to some of you seeing. It's a little... CS has taken over your brain. So do you know that the Weary Detective is in Book of Hours? I'm assuming so because it seems like you've come from some of my other stuff, but deep in the brain rot. Yeah, so I think a few of you already know that the Detective Illuminate. But for those of you who didn't know, the Weary Detective, yeah. Apparently Reddit was not impressed with my my revelation as to the secret pen name of the Weary Detective. And I don't care. Your hate makes me stronger. Okay, we're almost at the end of the day. So what we're going to do is talk with... we're going to keep talking with Reverend Timothy as much as we can, because we're very close to where we need to be in terms of leveling up our memories. And then we still have some time with Dr. Redeem. So in the worst case scenario, we just employ the Faust and the Shapt to record the remaining texts. It's a little bit like what we've done. It's a bit like what we've done before, but if I can, I'd really like to use the Auroral Contemplations. I'd like to use that to level up the skill. Okay, cool. I get one more conversation. I think actually the foresight will be sufficient, but... Yeah, so I think if we take Auroral Contemplations... So there's a specific way in which these level ups can work. So you need effort, which is relevant to the skill, so that will be our Faust. And then we can add our understanding. So in this case, we can add the foresight and the revelation. So to upgrade a skill, at least one of the memories you're using must be a lesson from this skill or another which shares a power aspect. So in this case here, we only have the lesson Auroral Contemplation. So we achieved what we were looking for here. However, it's fair to say, well, I guess technically we don't know that the... Well, actually, the consideration's already locked up, so... Alright, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So I'm hoping we don't tie up our Shapt for no reason. I am still going to use it to catalog a book, though. Alright, the skill is now level 3, its power aspects have also increased, so good for us if we ever get a lantern or an edge book, but we're not quite there yet. Okay, so the danger here is that I'm going to be cataloging the book over the night, so 30 seconds. 13 for Reverend Timothy to finish talking, and then we'll talk with Dr. Redeem in terms of a consultation. Okay, so that's actually good. So we would have been able to upgrade the Auroral Contemplations off of that as well. So in this case, it's either an incident or tally. So we don't have anything in terms of the tally that we can work with. And it can't be someone with Pneuma. So we'll keep that open. I can identify my visitors' interests and satisfy them with an appropriate book. Alternatively, if they know a language I'd like to learn, I can offer payment. Untrustworthy visitors may occasionally abscond with a book. Give them my journal. No. So what we're going to do here, like I said, we want to be able to satisfy his needs. So scale suitable reading. My visitor has questions about matters generally left buried. The answers can be found in my collection. So it doesn't seem like an untrustworthy fellow. I feel like I remember there being a decent amount of lantern challenges early. Well, that's an interesting question. Whoa. Not quite sure what caused that, but Okay, just give me a quick second here. I'm gonna make a note of this. 2 hours, 12 minutes. But it seems to be better now. I was just going to reset the game if it comes down to it, but now I have an idea of this the book's nature and its contents. So, The Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. And we got it done by the end of the evening, so we get everything back. All right, a new day. So, I don't need the Faust as much as I used to, but we are going to still speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. We're still sorting things out with Dr. Redeem, and it's a sunny day. So, when you're talking about lantern challenges early, so I think the books may be randomized in the game, like in terms of the rooms that they're in. I don't think that they're I don't think it's completely random. I don't think you're going to wind up with 20 Kilisimi texts at the front, at the front end. But I do think that the types of books and the types of challenges that you get from each room will not necessarily be the same each time. So, for instance, I don't think you could write a walkthrough like normally gets written for games like this, saying start. Okay, actually, here would be the example. I imagine if you were to try and speed run this game, you wouldn't sit down. Sorry, I don't actually know that much about speedrunning. I don't know why I keep referring to it, but I think if you were to try and do a speed run of this, you wouldn't sort of sit down and work out, okay, well, I know I'm going to get the X text in this, in room A, and so from that, I'm going to turn that into this skill, and so on and so forth. I don't think you'd be able to draw from it, so... So the idea of there being a bunch of early lantern challenges, I think that's probably true in the sense of... I can see it happening, but I don't think that would be a general statement you could make for the game. Sorry, Kite, I did see your message. Kite's got the private connection to my thoughts. How profound. You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but the more they learn, the harder they'll be to satisfy in the future. Cloak Q. Hi, I'm not understanding what you are saying by your poor English skill, but I'm seeing it in the atmosphere. Viva for Book of Hours. Well, thank you very much. I feel like your name is in the credits. Unfortunately, I don't think I can bring those up without leaving the play session. But in any case, I really appreciate you hanging out. If you have any questions, I know there's going to be a bit of a language barrier. But if you would like me to explain anything, if there's something that's unclear for you, please let me know. I'd love to be able to make this game as accessible as possible. But if you just want to sit and enjoy the atmosphere, I'm delighted to have you around, and I appreciate you making the effort that you did, because I have been trying to learn French forever, it feels, and I'm still not making all that great of a progress on it. So thank you very much. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Okay, we've got Deoris Book 2. Now this is good because we've got Auroral Contemplations with an edge. So we're not going to be able to do anything with that today, but as long as we can get one edge aspect from a memory or something else, we'll actually be able to read this text. So we'll add that to the list here. Volume 2. And... okay, so now I need to take a minute to think about my next steps. So the Faust is probably more useful than the Shaft right now, given that we have a sunny day. And again, just verifying everything that we have right now doesn't require a lantern or sky. So the best thing I could use with the sunny day would be something related to lantern or sky. Actually, the one thing we might be able to do would be something like that. We could craft an awakened feather. Sights and Sensation with Prentice level Sky creates an awakened feather. So I'm not quite ready to do that yet, but that would be an example of something that I could use it for. I could also turn it into money, but that feels like the less exciting thing to do. So what I'll do is I'll finish cataloging, but I can use the Shaft here because I don't feel like Shaft is going to do anything that I need right now. Like maybe, oh, actually, sorry, that's not entirely true. I may get a knock memory. I think it's pretty unlikely that I can get that from conversation, but I'll sit on it for now. But yeah, we'll do the same thing that we did before. The good news is we're sort of in striking distance of a couple of different texts, and it's just a question in terms of where I don't know, like we do kind of need the weather to break our way. All right, Warming Drafts to Uplift the Heart, a wonderful compendium of healing tisanes compiled by Natan of Regensburg. So we'll see what the day brings with conversations with Timothy, and then we will we'll close things out either with cataloging or potentially with... oh, now this is interesting. So this can get us up to 3 rows. I think we're still 1 row shy. Actually, none of this stuff needs rows, so never mind. Let's just take a minute here to review the texts that we're working with. So we've got a couple of 4 knock texts. We've got 4 nectar, 4 scale, yeah, so Deoris is really our best option here, barring whatever we find in this Curia book. So the scale is relevant, but not it's not quite what I need yet. So if I wanted to use that, I would still need to find where I get the other 2 scale from. It's better than nothing, though. The other thing I can say is, in a pinch, I could also try and read Deoris with the lesser, sort of the lesser quantity. I can just hit it with my existing auroral contemplations and hope that we're able to get the edge somewhere else. I don't think that's the right way to handle it, because it's relatively easy. Okay, so the Stolen Secret is 1 knock, 1 moon. So again, we're sort of in a similar situation. If I want to try traveling at night. Actually, you know what? I'm going to have to leave this quite late. So the next question is, what am I trying to accomplish with the Faust? I guess that was the Awakened Feather. So I'm probably giving up on... I'm probably giving up on... Sorry, I'm just taking a minute to think. This is not the smartest choice I've ever made, but I think I'm going to try and read the Alapali book. Knock, a crack in the seal. Perhaps you've provided knock, but not enough to match mystery knock. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So there's the possibility that they're going to ask. They're going to ask for a like a follower or assistance, and in this case, we've got Reverend Timothy. So essentially, what we have is we have wall art. We have an assistant, we don't have a memory, we also don't have an element of the soul. So our chances are pretty slim, but they're better than they would be in other circumstances. Alright, a smooth sweep of quill, alert with life, an awakened feather, alive to every draft and spark. So scale, sky, thing, material, and remains. Obviously, I've given up in terms of cataloging there, but I felt like we had an opportunity here, so it's I don't regret the choice that I made. I think this is a worthwhile attempt. I don't regret as he draws the regret memory. So we'll see what the challenges are. Okay, so 2 soul opportunities, and then also things, possible inspiration from a relevant thing. So we might as well talk with Reverend Timothy. It's not going to help anything here. So yeah, we don't have any relevant soul. Obviously, it makes the most sense to use the soul as part of it. Like, you know, I think we made the right call there. But if I don't have a knock thing, then there's a bit of a worry. There's still a chance. Okay, a thing. Fiddle with something here. Increase your relevant aspects using a thing. Okay, so I do not believe wall art counts as a thing. That's one thing I wasn't kind of banking. I wasn't really thinking about. So I'm actually going to have to... Okay, but books count as things. Oops. Now it's I'm assuming that the book doesn't get destroyed if we include it. It's not a bad time for me to examine some of the other things. Okay, so this definitely counts as a thing, but because it's behind the telescope, that is definitely one that I'm going to send an email about. I keep thinking there are more knock candles than there are. I blame the rose. Yeah, so if books didn't count as things, I'd probably be in trouble. Again, these are wall art, they don't count. Well, that's interesting, so none of these busts are knock. Okay, well, we do have a knock text, so... Yeah, well, I've already got my text, so... Hang on, that's a mystery, not a... I need to remember the difference between a mystery and a text. Sorry, a mystery and a what you call it. I think I'm sorry to be nasty about this, but like, I really don't like being told how to play games. Like, I overlooked one of the busts, but like when people are telling me how the decks work and people are telling me like, I understand when it's a preview for a game that people might see this as a way to like play by proxy, but it actually really makes me not want to, not want to stream stuff when people are like that. So I'm sorry to put it that way, but honestly, I don't want to be in a point where I turn excitement about this game into, for me, into a point where I actually kind of need to brace myself before I stream the game. So I hope you all appreciate that. I appreciate what's written in chat on that, but I want to be as upfront and clear on that as I can be. Okay. Traveling at Night Volume 1, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. I'm reading, the wood lies outside the walls of the Mansus. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansus has no walls. And I've read, Alopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love. But I did find a secret that helped. Okay, so we got a memory impulse from that. I think I've already got that down, but it's always good to check. Yep. And a lesson, edicts liminal. So I don't think that's sufficient. I can't remember if the moth or the knock is more... is sort of ascendant on this one. If it's a 2 knock skill, then we're going to be able to knock... sorry, I didn't mean to say it this way, but knock down the other text. All right, a new skill, the precepts of limitation and division, established by the enigmatic conclave of hours, sometimes called the chancel. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. And a cloudy day, so moon and moth, not really relevant to our interests here, but we're probably going to be spending the day... Oh, I should be talking with Reverend Timothy anyway. We have one more text to catalog. So, yeah, that's primarily moth, unfortunately. But if you think about what happened the last time, so if we were able to get that 1 knock memory, we can now combine that with edicts liminal and a shapt, and we'll still be able to read the text. So we're not completely sunk on it. It's just not as good as it otherwise would be. So the first priority that I have is cataloging the last of the books, because that's going to be deciding what we can do moving forward. The next most likely action is going to be reading Deoris, and as before, I can try and do it without the relevant aspects, but in this case here, fear isn't that difficult for me to obtain. So again, when it comes down to the most likely targets, so here we've got Moth and Moon. If I had something Moth-related, which... nope, not here. For some reason, I keep thinking one of these is Moth-related, but they're not. Kittling Ripe and the Moldy Warp's Grave and Other Stories. Lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. So essentially, we've got our sort of most powerful aspects would be lantern, knock, and then technically sky, but to a lesser extent. And those are the texts that I would ideally be focused on, although the ones that are most likely for us to read are more like scale, edge, even sky. Like a thunderstorm in sky is pretty easy for us to deal with, but ideally we don't think of things purely in terms of ideally we're not going to sit down and say, okay, I just need to wait for a thunderstorm, because there's clearly other things that I can do with a storm than read a book. Now, for the rest of my actions, so using the health, so there's one of two things I can do. I can decamp and move to the Solomon bed, or I could earn some money at the Sweet Bones. I think I'll leave the shaft open. Yeah, so the health, I think in the case of the health, it doesn't hurt for us to earn a little bit of money. I think I probably need a better filing system in terms of, so let's say anything that's like 8 or higher, I'm going to move that to an upper level. Okay, so the 6s I'm going to put up here. 6s are achievable, but they're not they're not a slam dunk. So what do I want to do with Faust that I think I can do? Let's maybe finish the filing before I go too far. So yeah, 6s are achievable, but not like, let's say they're not a first choice. This is the real appeal of Book of Hours, the ability to spend endless hours organizing your library. Okay. So it's maddening how close these two knock texts are to us being able to read them. Similar to the Edge, at least in the case of the Edge, there's... Yeah, okay. I'm going to earn a little bit more money. I think we'll hope for a lucky memory from Reverend Timothy on this one. I may need to reconsider my approach in a little bit, but I'm willing to... Oh, here's a question. Can I consider a memory? No. I was just wondering if there was maybe a way for me to double those ups. It's midnight, have to head out to be up for work. Thanks for the stream. Thank you very much, Kite. It's always a pleasure. And Clock Q says, you like that all the books have spines that were not in the beta version. Yes. It's actually also a lot more helpful for me to be able to know which one is which. Usually, like, I couldn't tell you. I think this is like on the Matters and Deeds of Serpents. Okay, so it is. You know, I'm not going to memorize all of these titles, but man, it is really helpful just visually to be able to, you know, to pick one of those out, even from something of a distance. That's helpful. Gossip is 2 rows, but I don't think we have any more rows to work with, unfortunately. So I should maybe double check Kittling Ripe, though. So you'll notice I didn't wind up picking up Denzil. It's not because we can't use Denzil. We could use our heart to be able to bring him in, I believe, but or even our Shap. But the challenge here is that I don't actually have anything to use him for yet. So I'm gonna risk the Shap being used for too long. Okay, I'm going to talk with Reverend Timothy one more time anyway. This is more just to see what I could have gotten. But in this case, we'll work at the Sweet Bones for a minute and see what we could have gotten. So if I wind up with something like the Stolen Secret or whatever, which gives me a knock, I'm going to... yeah, like the Stolen Secret will just kind of make me shake my fist to the heavens and say, well, you know, this game sucks. But yeah, no, I'm more kind of looking at what I can... It's more of a, like, what can I do with the time thing? I'm not that invested in the outcome. We'll make it all work. I'm just trying to be stubborn with committing my different skills. Once I feel like we're well and truly blocked, that's when I'm going to start committing some things to the first branch of the Tree of Wisdoms. But for now, I'm content to just earn a little bit of money. We'll see what the next day brings. The thing is that summer doesn't offer all that much. Been laying here listening to the music and whatnot. Been trying to win every time it plays music. Been trying to win. Clever, RSMG. I've read the Harlan Ellison story, but I've never actually played the game. I own the game. I got that on GOG once upon a time. Rain! Alright. So this opens up a couple of possibilities for us. Actually may open less than I thought, but let's see. Sadly, Kite just winning to stay away because it plays too. Oh, you know, we can try Deoris. We don't have a skill, but yeah, Kite went to bed just before the rain came so that we could listen to this on the inside. Okay, So rain gives us Grail and Nectar. Weirdly enough, we don't have any Grail texts, it looks like. So I can get my Nectar from my health. I suppose the question is, if it were to ask me for a Nectar item, or Nectar wall art, what would I give it? Well, there's the Nectar item. There's the Nectar wall art. Okay. The arguments for using the rain to study the book are growing. So my other alternative would be to go up through the house. We'd only be able to open the weed-choked garden. Actually, you know what? There's a better argument here because I would need Mrs. Kill for the heart. So yeah, we're gonna make Reverend Timothy a nectar person. And then we're going to continue along sort of similar lines to the rest of our day. So first thing we need to do is we're going to talk with him about the rain. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So we don't have any books to really consider right now, so I'm just going to let the tryst hang out. I should remember that it is moth, so I've actually got a total of 4 moth that I can play with. If I get another 2, again through conversation or whatever, then Kittling Ripe is available to me. The best thing in this game is making people clearly not ready to garden, ready to garden. I feel everyone... So, there is something about... Like, I would not really count as an outdoors person, but I actually really like walking a lot. So it does turn out that I am more of an outdoors person. The only thing is that usually when you think of an outdoors person, you think of someone who, like, you know, climbs mountains and can, you know, will, like, make a log cabin. So there's that. And then gardening is, like, one of these things. It's like cooking or gardening or just about anything. Like, if you give me a sufficiently nerdy tome on a given topic, I will find it fascinating. So, for instance, like, if you tell me it's like, you know, you can make a garden and look, you know, it looks really nice. It's like, yeah, okay, you know, it's pretty, and I love walking around gardens, but it's like, you know, I don't have that great of a sense of style. I don't think I could make a garden that looks as nice as what other people do. But then it's like, oh yeah, here's a couple of texts on botany. You know, here's some things, or like hydroponics, you know, or aeroponics, right? Being able to sit down and read all of that stuff and like really get into the weeds again, so to speak. It's like, oh, okay, actually, this is really cool. How long has this been going on? And that can usually be the doorway to me appreciating a topic like that. So, you know, basically, if you find me a sufficiently nerdy text, and I'll usually be very happy with the topic. Okay, so we're going to, as far as how the day goes, Skywise, we need 6. So the best I can hope for would be 2 from a memory store, or yeah, memory storm. One of the ways that I tricked myself into like daily writing actually was just getting some summary stuff. Like I like just seeing how my you know, how the distribution of words per minute follows some pretty... Oh, there's the fear that I needed. So for that, we're now going to be able to combine auroral contemplation. This is why I haven't committed anything to the Tree of Wisdoms yet. We have an opportunity to go even further. So now we can read De Aris Volume 2. We'll just let the time pass. So we'll use the tryst for that. And add the memory fair. Edge of Conquest. I can master this mystery. So this is Deoris Volume 2 in Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. Well, I don't know how many of you relate to this idea of like memories and certain weather and things like that, but I'm not gonna lie, I've definitely, like, the whole way, like, the acquisition of knowledge and improvement goes to this actually rings really true to me in this game. I've had some very indirect ways. So, like, when I usually wind up giving mathematics as a lot of examples. And one of the things is that, at least as far as my grades were concerned, and this is partly because I knew I was going to go and work in film for a bit, so I didn't exactly apply myself. But like I did the minimum required in terms of my high school mathematics, and it was not great. Like, it was, you wanna get out of this course, okay, that's fine. We're gonna give you the minimum that you need, and so on. But on my own, sort of while I was working in film and before I'd gone to university, I wasn't even really considering university, because past a certain point, I sort of had this conception of myself as not necessarily someone who was, academically smart. Or even necessarily smart about, like, I didn't think I was dumb, but I wasn't the sort of person who would, go to an institute of higher learning. But I really loved reading, right? So this is one of the things that was funny, is like when I was working through like other places, or when I'd have friends, there were one surprise that I hadn't gone to university. I'm like, well, no, I went to Vancouver to work, right? Like there's no time for university in between those. But then number two, they said, is like, you should go to university. Like, you would love it. This, all this stuff you keep talking about, this is what they do at universities. But yeah, in particular, math was an interesting one, because I was originally really interested in philosophy, and I particularly liked logic, and it did wind up being the gateway through which I kind of started to like math. So to give you an idea of how weak my mathematics was, it was, so like you have, I don't know, let's say something like a square, right? X to the power of 2. And then there's, the square root. So, if you take the square root of 9, you get 3. What number multiplied by itself will give you the number? And you usually have like this little house inside of it. And like, I always knew of the square root as like, you memorize what the answer is inside for the number inside of the house. Like, if you're not allowed to use a calculator. So like you hope for something like 9 or 16, because that, it's going to be 3 and 4. And if you get something like a 2 and you're not allowed to use a calculator, like, you're just screwed. Like, no human being will ever be able to understand what the value of the square root of 2 is. That's something only calculators can do. And I did not appreciate that these were like inverses, right? So I didn't appreciate that if you took the square root of x squared, you just get an x. Because, in the end, you're trying to pass a test. There's a certain way things get taught, and it might work well for a group of people. But like, as far as the conceptual understanding of what these operations were, somewhere along the line, I was not on board in terms of the broader conception of what was happening. I had, I had this very narrow picture in terms of, what it would take to get me to the end of the path. But if I really like reading philosophy and I like logic, clearly being able to understand these in a very abstract way is ideal for me. Instead of working on applications, like being able to understand these as relationships and sort of understanding as a set of rules, once you establish some premises to basically know that the conclusion inevitably follows from this setup. If you've established these rules, this has to be the answer and it cannot be any other way, that really worked for me. So that was one example. And then when I did finally go to a university, I actually found that I really liked economics, which, if you want to study economics at a higher level, you need to know math, and you generally need to know quite difficult math. So, incidentally, I say math because that's just where I'm from, but I actually think maths is a much better abbreviation. So, anyways, yeah. So, like, this is a really weird and roundabout way of. I mean, so like my job is of course economics now, so this is a really weird path to take, right? To go from, the camera department, reading enough philosophy and being encouraged by friends. There's other stuff that happened in between, by the way, to lead me to university, but I don't want to make this too long of a story. But being encouraged by friends for the sort of reading that I was doing, that I may actually really flourish in a formal environment, getting to that environment and not studying philosophy, but instead finding something else that interested me, realizing that I need to get better at this this thing that I didn't think I was very good at, but realizing that it actually has a lot more in common with some of the stuff that I was interested in reading just on my own. Again, you start sort of seeing how all these different skills sort of start reinforcing. They unlock different parts of you. You bring in sort of these disparate ideas, and all of a sudden you can sort of make it fit together. You just need to hit that right moment. And again, there have absolutely been times where I've been in the right mood for a book, or, it's a rainy day and I'm sitting down and it's a perfect mood for doing a particular thing. Like almost every single experience that the librarian has in Hush House is something that personally I relate quite strongly to. I'm also like a little bit of a loner, and like I am quite happy, like, sitting around with books and just being able to follow the ideas wherever they go. So that's something that I enjoy. It's weird because, like, obviously streaming is a weird sort of social thing where you want the number of people watching you to go up, but like definitely this is a game that I feel is sort of geared towards my temperament. But then again, I think that's true for all good games, good stories. Like, there are things that you sort of feel that they're speaking to you individually. And of course, when you find fans of it, you suddenly realize that there's actually a lot of people who've had similar feelings, and it's generally, hopefully you bond over that. I know in the case of gaming, it feels like half the time people are just bonding over hating something, but I'm hoping that this game sort of attracts a different kind of crowd. Oh dear, I seem to have stained my notes. Okay, this volume deals mostly with the hour called the Lionsmith, hour called the Tribune of Scars, and with their enmity. Tribune of Scars, that's clearly the mother of ants, right? I know it's not the mother of ants. Alright, I guess I should decide what I'm doing with my elements of the soul. I don't think I'm going to be able to use the Faust and the Shaft. Yep, the Hour of Preservation can take an infinite number of scars for the... Okay, so lots of fear. So let's use the Faust for starters. I don't think we're going to be able to use the Shaft, but that's fine because we still got ahead on one text. The crown growth, because nobody knows what the hell's going on with the crown growth. You can make it whatever you want. The Lionsmith makes monsters to defeat the Tribune, but the scars of the Tribune are each a weapon. Alright, so we've got Disciplines of the Hammer and Foresight. So let me just take a quick second here for my records. Do I not have the Daenerys book too? Madness. Got something new for my records. Okay. So I'd say that's not a bad use of a rainy day. We still need to use Reverend Timothy to unlock the garden. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So I'm a little worried that I'm going to lose my shaft. Okay, regret. So that's not helpful to us right now. A weed choke garden. From what I can make out of the garden beyond, it must have been very peaceful, but now it's neglected and overgrown. You know what? I don't think I need the money that much. You don't have to completely. You don't need to completely spend everything every day, but here's what I'm going to do. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So I'm going to start a timer here, or stopwatch, and I want to see if I could have gotten away with committing the shaft. I think having the option of using the shaft tomorrow is better than the sixpence that I'm going to get. Because again, I haven't been using any of the I haven't really been using any of the hirelings so far, so it's not like I really need the money. Now, being able to save it is, you know, nice, but okay, so 42 seconds. There's actually something I should have done, which was use the consider verb here. So, a new skill, to purify and to combine the selves and essences. A sunny day, and we're going to bring Reverend Timothy in because that's what we always do. All right, visit garden. The nuns of the Knot planted this garden of healing herbs in the dawn period. The town of Regensburg and Gideon de Wolf both expanded it, and the Curia of the Isle tended to it. Even the branch in the Bureau made use of it in the grim days that Brandkrug served as a prison. So we got a few things here. So we've got comfortable garden chairs, amateurly varnished, cheerfully stained. We've got the restful garden chair. Sit here and listen to the trees grow, or the leaves fall. Preferences differ. We've got a garden, cat's claw in spring, trumpeter's lily in summer, rarer plants might flourish in Numa. And we've got Roscragan whiskey, both a bottle and a couple of glasses. And I'm sure everyone who has ever had a glass of whiskey that you just leave out over a few days, it really just adds to the flavor, especially after the rain. Okay, so we need 4 heart or 4 rose. I don't see a situation in which we can do that without a storm. So alternatively, we can try for the Grand Descent. That's a 4 sky, 4 heart, 4 forge, or 4 winter affair. We could get Denzel to help with that. So this may be a time that we get Reverend Timothy to arrange an introduction. Here's one. So I normally kind of like keeping lore stuff to myself because I think some of the fun of the game is exploring it. But are your feelings that secret histories and Rose are related or possibly the same thing? Because I've kind of thought that since I first saw Rose, but I don't know if there's any other feelings about the status, specifically the status of Rose in this, but also the absence of secret histories up to this point. Okay, we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy about shoes and ships and sealing wax and cabbages and kings. And yes, we will. So I need to find something to do with the tryst. I suppose in a pinch I can use the Faust with the telescope to make another awakened feather. Unless I'd like to take my chances with the sky text. The best thing I can do actually is probably just specifically bring up certain aspects. So I think what I can do here is I can use the tryst to get the foresight. Foresight goes to Reverend Timothy so that he can unlock Denzil's smithy. We'll use our health to talk to Denzil. We'll get another foresight. Okay, so that's all well and good. And what do we unlock with that? We unlock... we unlock the first floor of the Grand Descent. So that's the plan. Let's implement it. Edge a trophy. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. All right, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. So, Disciplines of the Hammer, also known as Hammer Time, to purify and to combine the salves and the essences. The hammer shapes gates and shatters doors within us and without. 2 edge, 1 forge, illumination and nyctodromy. So again, it's not like we really need more edge because we've already got that from Auroral Contemplations, but I'm never going to turn down an opportunity to get more stuff. I think I'm going to use this Faust again to... Well, I mean, if I want the Awakened Feather, I'm going to need to... I don't know. We'll play it by ear at this point. I could give the Roscragen whiskey to one of the... Yeah, actually, okay. So if I've got a Gossip... That's tempting, actually. Yeah, so if I use the Roscragen whiskey and the Gossip with the Barber, that's more than enough. Okay, yeah. I think unlocking stuff is more valuable. In summer, the barber comes to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. Barbers offer a moth and a little rose. So that's 5 seconds. I don't think we'll talk with Reverend Timothy quite yet. I would have liked it if I had a tool that I could have employed, but... Barber's assistants. The itinerant barbers of the South Country will keep you clean and kempt and make sure that you don't miss out on any news or gossip and arrange matters so that you're not too troubled by the vermin. Snip, snip. Okay, so first things first, we'll use the Gossip. We'll use that with Reverend Timothy to get access to Denzil. So the Grand Descent isn't necessarily going to get me access to any new books. But I think in general being able to access new areas is kind of like it's its own reward. So... Now we are at midday, and I've got three elements of the soul kicking around, so I should probably make some choices in terms of what I do. Actually, there is one question I have. So if I take sights and sensations, Faust, sunny. So I think if I just add the feather here, yeah, okay, so I can't actually add ingredients here anyway. I could add the astrolabe, but all that really gets me is the... Oh, actually, that's interesting. So I don't even really need to give up the... Nope, I do. Not quite there. Yeah, I wanted to see what the level 10 was. I don't know why I thought I had level 10. Okay. So, again, we're going to use this to unlock the smithy. So, firelit doorway. A mutual acquaintance will introduce me to Denzel the Smith. I might get 6 or even 10 words out of him if I'm patient. 10 seconds there. We will feed the whiskey to the barber to be able to unlock the infirmary. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Denzel is a surprising source of practical advice. The smithy is now available. So here we need edge, forge, or heart. So in this case, either the shaft or the health are going to... so both of those get me a sixpence. But in this case, I'll give up the health just because there's a little bit less that I can do with it. Denzel will talk about practical matters, although he prefers to sit in silence. A shilling will buy his help for the day. And this is a pretty straightforward case of just applying the foresight to him when the time comes. What do you need? Denzel the blacksmith will lend me his strength for the day. Now, if I want, I can get Reverend Timothy again using the Faust, but the question is, what am I going to use Reverend Timothy for? Because otherwise, the Faust can do things like get me some more money. So we know what we want to use our sort of hirelings for. I think what I'm going to do, so we've got the barber, so down to the Grushians. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So we're going to get them working on the infirmary right away. Careless visitors have tracked in mud through the door, and the windows have been open to the elements for years. So we unlock that. We'll start by talking with Denzel about the memory. I can discuss memory with my assistant. And then any surplus that we have will basically be spent in conversation. So we have the infirmary, we'll have the grand descent. Anything extra is, an opportunity to read a book or, or do anything else. We're almost through the day, but we're not in panic mode yet. Most likely source for the gardens here is probably going to be... I think probably an orchard keeper in a rainy day, if I'm honest. Speak with Denzel. He might even reply. Been lurking, probably going to pass out, just so you know. Hey, no problem, Ray Beam. I was actually probably going to wrap up about 10 minutes ago, but I've got a little bit of life back in this playthrough in the sense that we'll be able to catalog a few more books, so I'll wind up spending a little bit longer than before. But I've largely done what I wanted to this time around, which was just recover the... Oh, you know what? I could have used Reverend Timothy to unlock Crowcross Sands a couple times. Anyways, neither here nor there. We'll sort it out. But yeah, I've had a couple of opportunities to wrap it up, and I don't know. We're making up for lost time. But I thank you very much for the subscription again and the kind words, and I'm sure I will see you sooner or later. Have a wonderful sleep. Oh my goodness, it's a work night for you. Okay, well, please do take care of yourself. All right, infirmary. In the 15th century, Natan of Regensburg came to Brandkrug. The brothers of St. Brendan's granted sanctuary, but they would not permit a Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts. It has changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. Okay, we've got Miskissed Water, which is good for Knock, Winter, Heart, and Moon. We've got Musgrave de Wolf, Rose sculpture carved from cherry wood. A pale mommet, a gently twitching a little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. Fuel? Don't put that in the fire. Drinking cocoa. So good for Grail. We've got the Ruby Wise Ruin. This is pretty strong for Grail. Vase of Lilies. Of course, we got the Paintings of the Hours. Amethyst Ampule. Sacred Malachite. Skinshuck Mead. Arsenic. Okay, Neglected Room, so 5 Grail, 5 Heart, and the Gloomy Room, 5 Edge, 5 Heart. So we're really starting to hit the limits of what I can access with my existing elements of the soul. He does a lot with silence, this man. So I suppose I still need to answer the question, what am I doing with my Faust and Shapt? I think for the Faust we'll make another Awakened Feather. I kind of figure, like, being able to turn... I feel like being able to turn temporary things into permanent things is always a good idea. As for the Shapt, you know, if we can get something knock-wise, so much the better, but I think we'll probably just use the Shapt and the Sweet Bones. We've done okay. Like we've got a couple new rooms. Nope, nothing to read books with, or sorry, nothing with like new books, but access is access. So I'm not gonna complain too much about where we wound up. Impulse. That might actually be... No, because I don't have the Tryst. So I should be a little more careful about keeping the Tryst open, given that we can read Kittling Ripe and Moldy Warp's Grave. I think I'm just going to blink and use the Sweet Bones. Oops. Hindsight. Okay, so we'll work on the first floor of the Grand Ascent. The windows are tightly closed, the carpet's surprisingly clean, but my skin prickles at the watchful presence in the stairwell. We will need to placate it before we go higher. I thought that was a person for a minute, but... Fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. For everybody wondering why the, like, talk-oriented element of the soul is about odd jobs, it's because of the forge part of Shapt. At least that's how I understand it. Alright, we just got that in time. Wait, where's the Faust? Oh. Okay, so no matter what, we're going to bring in Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. Another sunny day, so we'll probably turn that into another feather. Okay, so we have the rector's assistants. We should talk with him right away. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. Okay, so our options. We've got the smoking room, so 5 forge, 5 lanterns. Okay, so actually I know exactly what we want to use the sunny day for. So there's a couple of paths in terms of where the day goes. Also, I think we can place a few statues here. So Solomon Husher was the 3rd librarian, and we've got his bust here. We also have some information in terms of the different people. I think Ava DeWolf, we know from previous runs, I believe goes here. Actually, it's because it says Baroness, so... but actually, I don't think we have the bust of Ava. I can't remember. This is Valentine. So we have... we do also have some indications in terms of the different relationships with everyone, but we don't have Kitty Mazarin. This is Serena. This is Walter. And what I'm trying to do is, like, so there's 2 reasons why I want to there's 2 reasons why I don't want to take stuff from previous playthroughs in terms of like placing the various people and the different niches and that. Number 1, it's kind of nice to play this game through, like, you know, as if it was sort of a first playthrough. But the second, I guess the second reason would be, like, everything that I know about this game comes from the beta. And as, like, I think there's a lot of value in noting, like, first of all, it's a nice thing to do to say. I mean, I think Weather Factory also wanted the people who were streaming the beta to be clear that it was a beta. So for people who are making, like, purchasing decisions, it's nice to just say, hey, you know, this thing is currently being tested. You know, there's stuff that can break. There's stuff that doesn't work as intended. And you obviously don't want to sabotage a game's chances by putting up a video that people, you know, like, if there's something really broken, like there I think it was called Neville's build, but there was like a build of Cultist Simulator where, like, it kind of felt like everything was going wrong. Like it was something, I think it's something of like a notorious early build of Cultist Simulator. And honestly, I didn't mind it that much, right? Like, it was exciting to try this new thing. You know, I knew that it was a beta. I wasn't going in with, like, huge expectations that everything would be perfect. But, you know, like, people's mileage may vary. So, you know, in addition to the fact that I think Weather Factory wanted us to do this anyway, it was a good idea to just say, you know, this is a beta. This is not necessarily representative of what the final product is going to be. But that's also important for someone who's playing the game to understand that. Because, like, I've been kind of treating... I said that, I'm not going to do, like, the duplicate memory trick. I'm not going to rely on that. But the thing is that I don't think uniqueness, like, really exists in this game anymore. Even for the followers, like, I don't actually see a trait that says... Or, like, the assistants, I don't actually see anything that says... the rector is unique. He's got, like, that blue outline around the text, but so far as I can tell, there's nothing in the game that's actually enforced uniqueness. So it could be that uniqueness is just out of the game at this point. And, you know, I wouldn't complain about it. It's not like I made all that. There's a couple of times where I was able to make a little bit more progress than I would have by being able to use the memory cheat. But, like, the fact that you need to have an element of the soul, there's just a number of other things which have really limited the power of that exploit. So I wouldn't be surprised if they got rid of uniqueness, just because it's not, it didn't actually, like, the teeth of enforcement really kind of came from other places. But yeah, so I mean, that's a good example of how things aren't necessarily as I remember them in the beta. And this is true for Cultist Simulator for me. I play Cultist Simulator based on things that aren't necessarily true in the game anymore, but I've developed them as habits. And so with that in mind, I don't really want to just rely on knowledge from the beta, because it could be this is something that's changed, and I should actually be playing the game like I... when I got the third revelation. Okay, well, I should take a look, but I did test with the gossip, and it didn't go away. So, but yeah, I'll take a look. Again, part of this is just enforcing it for myself at this point. So, you know, if we're still at a point where, the game is actually expecting you to just have one of a given memory, I'm going to be playing like that. But yeah, like, essentially I'm not when I pause, it's so that I can get the most out of the talk verb, because the fact that the legacy that I chose, the one that gives you Reverend Timothy as your, like, quote unquote free character, is arguably one of the more difficult ones from the perspective of improving your skills, right? You get fewer draws from the memory deck with those extra 15 seconds that Reverend Timothy takes. If you get Mr. or Mrs. Kill, that gives you access to sort of 2 free people, and that can be quite powerful in terms of just getting access to inexpensive help. But, you know, again, I wouldn't really want to base a playthrough around decisions like that. Like, I feel that this is a game that you play because something is interesting to you, as opposed to, you know, you want to speed run it or, like, you know, maximize your outcomes in some way. Anyways, I've been babbling on. Let's think a little bit about our next steps. So I have a few books that I've read. So we got Auroral Contemplations from my journal, Sights and Sensations from Traveling at Night, Edicts Liminal from Traveling at Night, Disciplines of the Hammer from these texts. So let's take a second here. So we get Foresight from De Oris. I think we get Solace from Traveling at Night. And we do get an Impulse. Okay, so we've actually got some guaranteed memories. So in this case, I'm going to use my health to read Traveling at Night. This is because I think Nectar is less likely for me to get from a memory. So the Impulse is going to combine with the Tryst and the Edicts Liminal to be able to read Kittling Ripe and Moldywarp's Grave. So we've got at least one text that we're going to read. I'm actually going to move that Tryst down just so I don't waste it. Being able to talk with Reverend Timothy, we may get something, you know, knock-oriented. I'm not banking on it, but it would be nice. If I want, I don't believe I have... Yeah, I can't get Revelation, so I'm going to have to talk with him. Ideally, I get Revelation so I can use the Sunny Day to turn that into a... to turn that into another Awakened Feather. But in a pinch, I can use either the Sunny Day or the Faust to level Reverend Timothy up, and we'll be able to get access to the smoking room. And the smoking room, because we don't smoke, we can use that for storing books. First of all, we should get access to some books, but we'll also be able to start storing things in a slightly more sane configuration. And maybe I'll even stop playing at that point. It's already 1 o'clock, which is an hour later than I was planning on running it. Well, I think I can do something with the sky there. So if I were to take the Faust, a Memory Solace, Sights and Sensations, I should be able to add the Astrolabe. So from that, I can keep the Sunny Day. I wasn't going to use the Solace any other way. Okay, next up, we can consider Kittling Ripe and Moldywarp's Grave and other stories. Kittling Ripe and the Moldywarp's Grave and Other Stories, a lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. So we add Tryst, we add Edict's Liminal, we add Memory Impulse, Moth Choice. I can master this mystery, enough Moth to match Mystery Moth. So we're still holding out for some knock, but we're in good shape. So I think yeah, I am planning on doing another network analysis of Book of Hours. Probably shouldn't say that, but I am planning on doing that. And I'm hoping that I can keep the same color scheme. Like, that graph wasn't the easiest thing to draw, so I can't take any of that stuff for granted, but I'm hoping I can do something similar. All right, I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use this tool. So this is important because we are going to we needed to augment Reverend Timothy with at least one more lantern beyond either the Sunny Day or the Revelation. I think actually I can just give him the Sunny Day full stop, because I'm not going to be able to study any of the sky stuff and we don't have any lantern texts. So in this case here, I can just lock in his improvements. And then the rest of the time we talk in hopes of getting knock. And if we don't get the knock, that's fine. We just earn some money. The protagonist, a speechless cat thing called Kittling Ripe, performs a series of elaborate rites to rescue members of her extended family, culminating in the resurrection of her other grandmother, Moldywarp. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Okay. So we have what we need from Reverend Timothy. So at this point, we're just going to keep talking about, Now, one other option that I would have with my Shapt is that if I get a, let's say a hindsight, one thing I could do is I could use Reverend Timothy in the smoking room, unlock that, bring him out of the old rectory, and at that point, we could also use him to unlock Crowcross Sands. When the Snake Witch killed the horse, Kittling snatched one of its eyes. When the Dry Witch killed the pig, Kittling stole a cup of its blood. Then she took them to the place Moldywarp lay buried, and she shook out her hair, and she began to dance. So that gives me resurgences and emergences. I think we use that for the Witching to Sane, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry.
Oop. Apparently, Siri thought I was talking to her. I need to remember if I did that actually, but did that right. Anyways, we will move that to the I've read it shelf. I'm going to make sure that I've got that listed for Impulse. Yep. And I'm not sure if so that could just be a Cats reference, or I'm not sure if you're referring to the inspiration for Cats, T.S. Eliot's Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats. I do believe T.S. Eliot's listed as like an influence under the list of influences in the for the Secret History stuff, although I think it's The Wasteland. Okay, where were we? So yeah, we're still holding out for the knock here. Must have 4 feathers, my god. Also need to find a place to... Okay, there's the stolen secret. So this is a tough one. I think I'm gonna risk it. I'm not gonna feel good doing it, but let's take the opportunity. So either advice on containment or the treatise on underplaces. Now I'm not above taking a look at what so advice on containment gives me the pattern memory, which is very helpful. The alternative would be treatise on the underplaces, and that would give me fear. So to be honest, I would have probably gone right to left anyway, but advice on containment sort of sold me on this. Again, there's no guarantees. It would be nice if we had a little bit more to work with, but I'm willing... This is a risk I'm willing to take. All right, resurgences and emergences. Birth and death are only directions. Between the two, we find a crossroads. I don't think I have another moth to experiment with what this will give me, but let's... Busy day for the Edict's Liminal. Oh! Right, sorry. Because of Edict's Liminal, I only needed the 1 knock. That's right, it's no longer a risk, so... A gate flung wide. I'm a match for this book, enough knock to match mystery knock. So again, this is a good example about why I'm a little stingy in terms of committing my various skills. And part of this is just a learning thing for me too. It's less about quote-unquote optimal playthroughs and a little bit more about just discover... Like, if I give myself restrictions, I tend to notice that I will generally do more in the game. What I mean by that is if, like, for Cultist Simulator, for people who've watched me do my oh, here's a good example. Like, if I could have, I would have hired oh man, actually it's not that expensive. Oh, it's a shilling. A tarnished brass sign on the door clearly reads "Smoking Room." Rags of very old smoke sway restlessly, hazing the room beyond. What remains of the protections Van Loren once placed on it, and yet still no sign of a fire. So the minute may be a problem here, but oh, but that's actually not unlocking a room. Can discuss a memory with my assistant. Yeah, so no moth rooms to speak of. But yeah, so those of you who watch my Cultist Simulator stuff, you know, part of the fun is just figuring out new ways of doing things, and it winds up, you know, how I was talking about how I sort of have patterns that I've developed because I played the game for a very long time. Well, being able to have restrictions is one of the ways that I wind up learning about the things that aren't part of those patterns. So what I mean by that is, like here, I've really needed to figure out how to make the most of these different skills. You know, and I've had to find out some ways to unlock what are normally not very difficult areas to unlock if you have access to Mrs. Kill in Arab. And of course, if you have Arab, you have access to Mrs. Kill. So it's interesting just to be able to sort of play around with some of this, just again to try and shake out some of the. What I'm really trying to do is, oh, ham switch. Hey, I'm playing Cultist Simulator while I watch, and I just noticed I'm reading the same book as you. Oh, wait, you can't be talking about advice on containment. I think advice on containment is unique to Book of Hours, or are you talking about Kittling Ripe and Moldy Warp's Grave? Because that one I know is in Cultist Simulator. I could be wrong on advice on containment, by the way. I just think there's a... Yeah. Okay, cool. Sorry, Ham Switch. I wasn't... I wasn't certain. But I know definitely Thurza Blake is a character who entered in. Well, okay, there's definitely secret history stuff that I haven't seen because I didn't go all the way through the enigmas, but Thurza Blake is, so far as I can tell, not in Cultist Simulator. Although there is a tome that exists in Cultist Simulator that you can't actually access in Cultist Simulator that does exist in Book of Hours. So for those of you who are not aware, there is a 5th volume of Traveling at Night, which if you give to Teresa Gallagher in Cultist Simulator, she will sign it, but kind of wants to know where you got it from. And in the case of Book of Hours, that 5th volume is in fact a book that you can find in Hush House. So, anyways, advice on containment. There's a Blake discusses ways to keep the wood thing. Also, welcome, by the way, if I didn't say the Ham Switch. I hope you're running Cultist Simulators going well. What legacy are you on, if you don't mind me asking? There's a Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and Mantis things in it. And I'm reading, Thurza is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that a conjured spirit should be kept in as luxurious a vessel as possible. We've also talked with the barber, so we have got 24 seconds with Reverend Timothy, so I think I'm just going to leave it there. Still doing Aspirant, you've just started and you haven't figured out much yet. Oh, so you're just starting the game. Wonderful. Cultist Simulator is a challenging one, but I hope you really enjoy it. I like the Aspirant. I don't know. I like Lantern a lot, so... I was debating on talking to the barber, but I don't think that will really accomplish anything. We'll just wait and unlock Crowcross Sands. There we go. Lots of stuff to play with in there, but first of all, the tidal flats. Brandkrug is a tidal island. At low tide, you could walk there, though you probably shouldn't. These sands can be treacherous. Ask a guide the way. So that's going to be a minute, but again, we did that just because we had a hindsight that would have been wasted otherwise. The Westcott room. By God, sir, we shall have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734-1797. Papers. We didn't have that before. Quire of paper, creamy smooth, eagerly awaiting ink. We've got the Ambrose desk. Ambrose did most of his work downstairs in the foundry and kitchen, or upstairs in the laboratory that later became the Flood Gallery. But it was at this desk that he composed The Temptations of Architecture, which we actually have in our collection, and wrote long cross letters to the Times about the flaws of the British Constitution. Yes, I actually don't want to click on these deer. I'll do it here. So we've got Philemon. Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals whom, he said, his trophies resembled. We've got Finian, and we've got Tavish. We have Ambrose Westcott himself. This bust is cast in brass. We have a, I'm sure, very minor painting of the Mansis, which has no relevance to anything that's going on here. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. A cranial tchotchke. We all of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. And it's an egg. Actually, I'm going to take a second here. There's a Blake's got a pretty recognizable bust. And by which I mean that the carving of her face is recognizable. Okay. Ambrose's favorite chair. This is another description I like. Ambrose Westcott was a capacious gentleman, and he ensured the springs in this fortress were calibrated to bear any conceivable weight. 200 years on, the springs still do their duty. What else? Yeah, so we've got, 7-9 texts to catalog here. And we've got Ashertine. Lies written in Ashertine tend to fade or be misspelt. It's legible in the dark, an ink of revelation. This also gives us access to the web-snared room. So 6 skies, 6 rows, or 6 heart will get it. Now, we've more or less lost access to rows at this point. In theory, we could get 3... So if I had all of the elements of the souls that I needed, and I gave a barber some Rosscragen whiskey, we would be able to unlock this room. This is actually a helpful, this is a helpful room because you get a rose tool out of it. But yeah, I'm not going to lose too much sleep over that. There's notes the similarities between the lantern-long habit of scrinning, returning to the physical world despite their absence of a body by entering a mirror or light, and Pomander's techniques of confusing Mansis-long to mirrors. She wonders whether Pomander himself might be lured to visit Hush House if provided with a sufficiently alluring scrine. So for that we've got a memory pattern. Something fits just right, so that's 1 forge, 2 knock. And we've also got glass blowing and vessel crafting. So there's a few ways that this is helpful. Unfortunately, we're going to lose the pattern, but it gives us, we're going to have access to something that we need pretty quickly. So let's start by considering glass blowing and vessel crafting. A new skill. We are all vessels. Let us contain only what will grace us when the light shines through. There's a Blake. One of the reasons I like the descriptions of the... Oh, I thought that was Numa for a second. Current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? And it's raining. Soft rain brings life. So this there's a number of opportunities here for us. So if I want, I can roll the dice on... Deoris Book 1. We've been pretty lucky so far with what we need. And we do have... So it's the Elegies season, so we can hire an orchard keeper. Yeah, oddly enough, that's not the first time that's happened to me. Like, I do seem to have just these clusters of topics that seem to fit very well. I almost feel like there's a drinking game that you can make out of like playing a Weather Factory game and how long it takes or how frequently like basically I feel like you can get a pretty good drinking game for playing like Weather Factory games and like seeing how long it takes before the word apophenia comes up. But like it's impossible to avoid, like especially once you have that idea in your head. For those of you not familiar with apophenia, is the name for basically humans' tendency to create connections where there aren't necessarily any there. So like a good example would be there are actually, I believe Alexis Kennedy gave a talk at GDC, and one of his illustrations was like, I think it was like a house and a bridge, and it like looks like the house and bridge have faces. In fact, I might be able to find that. Just one second here. Oh, for heaven's sake, Jesus. I cannot stand Twitter now. Sorry, I'm actually having a lot of fun finding these examples now, so... Almost done. All right, so for an example of apophenia, this is just a house, but like, of course that looks like a face. They're just holes. These are inanimate objects, but you have pretty clear ideas. Not only do you see a face, but you would be assigned, I think we would all assume, or we would all assign emotions to these houses, despite the fact that these are clearly not, like, they're houses. They don't express emotion. So in any case, if you listen to the Skeleton Songs podcasts, or yeah, I don't know, if you kind of live in the orbit of the Secret Histories and follow their development or anything like that, you know the word apophenia comes up a whole lot. And in this case here, you know, I feel like every stream it's a challenge to like try and avoid it. But yeah, it's, you know, it's just one of these things. So to a certain extent, I believe that it is a conscious choice on the part of these games to, you know, to embrace that approach. But still, like, the fact of the matter is that you, like, the whole point is about the kinds of connections that we individually make. Like, it's not like I'm pretty sure Weather Factory doesn't sit down and like work out every possible connection that someone could make. I think what they do instead is they create games that are ripe for those kinds of connections to make. And that's also true for the, you know, Weather Factory adjacent projects. So the Locksmith Stream is run by a company called Tricuspid Limited, and that entire setup is all about being able to create something that all hangs together. But the idea here is not that you're not that meme where you've got like all the red thread connecting everything and the crazy guy like, you know, gesturing in front of it. The idea here is just to lay out a number of things that allow connections to sort of emerge naturally from that. Anyways, I've filibustered enough. I'm actually going to have to make some hard choices now. So, during autumn, we've got 2 nectar and 1 heart in the form of the orchard keeper. So what that means is that I can access the wall. Basically, during the rain, I can access the practic garden and the walled garden. Now, the other thing that's true is I think I have reliable access to fear. So I actually think I can access most of the things that I need already. What I really need right now, though, is I need the Nectar book. Okay. This is probably my most risky study that I'm doing, but I am going to try and read Deoris book 1. Oh, okay. I'll have to wait for consider for that then. Next question is, does it make sense to talk with Timothy? As a source of conversation topics, yes. I'll maybe just double check that there isn't anything Denzel can help me with. No, really we need access to Mrs. Kill. So I don't think it hurts to speak with Reverend Timothy, but it's not the most important thing I could be doing right now. The other consideration is I do want to read I want to read Advice on Containment. Oh, I'm running out of Elements of the Soul. So we'll use the Faust there. I'll use the Tris to catalog one of the books, but I actually think I'm only going to be able to catalog one of the books. So we'll start with the Solar book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and the 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are occasionally contaminated. All right. So we now have access to Crowcross Sands. We've got basically access to everything in terms of just like the world outside of Hush House. Reverend Timothy, I don't really need that much in terms of memories from him, but obviously being able to keep the ball rolling as far as I guess technically I don't need to worry so much about my shaft anymore, but we've already kind of committed to the current path. So let's there are a couple things I can do to try and increase my successes, but I'm just going to lock this in here. Nectar, a hedge of thorns. Perhaps you provided nectar, but not enough to match mystery nectar. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So again, we're really relying on one of the 3 on the other end to help us out here. And then following that, I'll use the shaft and the it's the Ava desk. Okay, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The Sun's Lament. So we should be able to read this Edge mystery book. Obviously on another day, but I'm leaving the shaft because I need to be able to get the pattern to read the treatise on the underplaces. Although realistically, does this take? No, this doesn't take forge. So, yeah, I actually don't need the pattern anymore because of vessel blowing. Glass blowing and vessel crafting. So I could have used the Faust for something else. The affair of the developments in the world beyond Brankrug, drawing a new incident. Daymare. The affair of the Oriflamme heist. Oriflamme's auction house is never robbed, but what if it has been? What if somehow priceless treasures have been replaced with pricey forgeries? How could we even be sure? Visitors with an interest in knock or forge mysteries will want to talk about this. Okay, we've got an intuition. You just know, you know? And here we've got our pattern, but we don't have a desk that... Oh, actually, Ambrose's desk might accommodate it. Yes, so we can use our glass blowing and vessel crafting and our shaft. We don't even need to worry about the pattern memory, although I guess it wouldn't hurt. Actually, yeah, so maybe we can get a little more ambitious in terms of the books that we read. No, we don't have a... We don't have an equivalent knock, so... A gate flung wide. I am a match for this book. Enough knock to match mystery knock. Daymare. Grafen Friederike Dagmar Sophia Teresa Helena Begina von Nagelsberg. If you prefer. She doesn't. So she's interested in Rose, interested in Knock, a visitor related to... visited Hush House on business connected with the Oriflamme heist. He's a visitor occupant, understands Latin, understands Greek and Ramsund, understands this lively language well enough to read or teach it. It is always tempting to pick up the language, but I don't think an Iron Spintra is going to do it. But we should be able to satisfy Daymare's request. There's still a chance. Okay, so they're going to want relevant furniture or soul. So we will not be able to satisfy them from soul, but do we have nectar furniture? Because otherwise we fail. I don't think we have nectar furniture. Oh, we do! Thank God. You just gotta sit in the rain in the garden with a paper book. Opportunity, an element of the soul. Increase relevant aspects by adding an element of the soul card. There's still a chance. I actually might read the play that I got the other day up in the... there's like a kind of a common area upstairs. So I'm going to actually take a look at what the weather's like. This is making me want to plan out my reading for tomorrow. Okay. It's not too bad. Okay, so there's not a whole lot that I can get from Reverend Timothy anymore. Just trying to think here, like... It's all well and good for me to talk about memories, but like specifically what memories am I trying to get out of him at this point? So I think we will just talk with Daymare about the affair of the Oriflamme heist. But maybe after we lock in what we need. There's still a chance. This is the really big risk behind how I'm approaching this, by the way. Like, we've gotten pretty lucky with this. Stretch my legs and change my point of view. Increase the relevant aspects by using a comfort. Okay, so we've locked that in. Let's have a chat with Daymare. So, hello dear, only me I'm afraid. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. So, I do want to see what happens when we advance these stories. So, on the Oriflamme heist. Heist? Oriflammes? Poppycock. Forgeries? Poppycock. Bureau all over the place, arresting everyone, though. Worse than, Ortuccio. Bloody pardon me, in my bloody pardon me, hinder parts pardon me. Sorry, I didn't read that properly, but try a book with as much mystery knock as their knock interest. Suppose if one happened to be the sort who happened to know anything about Nyctodromy, or, anything, might wonder about being locked up, might wonder about what sort of information might mislead the authorities. Not mislead, discourage, put off the scent. Not that there's any scent to put, sort of thing. Safe side. So it does interest me here that it says to do knock when it does also include forge. So I am going to try the forge text just to see whether or not that's valid. But I am going to do what the game says and give knock. Interesting. Nope, that's still not a set. That still doesn't satisfy it. Okay, so we do have some knock texts that are relevant, so we'll give advice on containment. Thank you, dear. Cheered me up a bit. Bright side sort of thing. Pip, pip. I actually would have preferred to give her this text, because I do kind of want... Like, if she goes walking away with this text, that sucks because that's where I get my pattern from. But, anyways... All right, treatise on the underplaces. Here in 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschalt describes the bounds or underplaces on the borders of dream. He warns that they shift over time. The walls of the mansis, Hirschalt begins, are the size of starlight. Many of his descriptions are equally unhelpful, but common relationships do emerge. So we can actually switch out the two books, but... Nectar, full flower. So I think this will also allow me to do some gardening. Alright, Deoris Book 1, an occasionally coherent catalogue of secret gods organized by hour. This is a reprint, but in the original Latin. So, we get to put that beside Volume 2. This volume deals mostly with the hours of the wood, the moth, the black flax, the ring-yew, among others. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. So that gave us an impulse and lesson rights of the roots. I'm pretty sure we've already got that in my list, but yeah. So we can consider this right away. A new skill, gods who were blood, relevant secrets. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. The oldest hours are the gods from blood, who rose from sacrifice. That blood was always spilt on the roots, and the rites of its spilling are still remembered. So that's a 2 nectar, 1 moth. So in addition to the fact that this will be good for gardening, I think we'll be able to... Actually, why couldn't I do that again? Right, because I need to put a nectar skill in. So, yeah. Sorry, I just need a minute to gather my thoughts. Excuse me. So, I don't think this necessarily gets me access to any books that I couldn't otherwise work with. Not that that matters. But I think the ability to do the gardening will help. Okay. A picturesque account of a journey through nightmare, interspersed with what might be partial rites. On the 18th ascent is the bud. Is the bud. On the 36th ascent, the blossom. Okay, let me just make sure. I'm pretty sure I've already got this, but yeah, this should also give me fear, which I could use towards. Oh, actually, the scale. Yeah, we're close to scale. We're not quite where we need to be, but. And horns and ivories, a new skill, the hunter, the way, and their memories. Okay, so I'm going to take that out. We'll replace it with treaties on the underplaces. This is just because, like, fear is also useful for me to be able to generate on a regular basis, but being able to generate 2 knock will be very helpful across a number of pretty important dimensions, given that I already have Shapt. So it's more of a precaution, I suppose. All right, thank you, dear. Cheered me up a bit. Bright side sort of thing. Pip, pip. And we got a bronze spintra out of that, so we're now up to 3 in the tally. Tin spintra. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coin. Spintrea. Tin spintra are usually display a wild face on the reverse side, shouting, screaming, or singing. So we can talk with Reverend Timothy, although that's not really as important at this point. Moving forward in terms of texts that we want to work with, so the Sun's Lament, not the hardest thing for us to handle. We've got the 3 edge, so we really just, like, something like Fear is great. We just don't have an element of the soul to work it. 108, so we've got the scale from health, we've got a memory fear. The only thing is we don't have any scale skills, so we're sort of throwing ourselves at the mercy of RNG to make that work. Oh, well, now we've got our 108, so that also gives me fear. So the hunter, the way, and their memories. Okay, so this has been a very good day for us, actually. So we need a memory for the Sun's Lament, but as long as we can generate a fear, which we can through the treaties of the underplaces, we're good to go there. So both of these are achievable. The level 6 secret history seems like a reach. Now the Republic of Teeth, so we can get up to 5 without too much trouble. Yeah, that would be one that we roll the dice on, I think. And then I don't have Whist, so... okay, so I'll put Republic of Teeth at the front there. So these are ones that are sort of worth giving a shot. It's worth giving these things a try. These are guarantees. But I think the way that we're going to work out tomorrow is we will... I'll get the... I guess I really just need the fear. I wonder if the Weary Detective is going to stop by on the affair of Oriflamme's heist. Okay, so again, I've got some choices to make here. I don't think it would hurt to do some gardening. Interestingly enough, none of these actually mention autumn, but I believe you do actually get a result from gardening. I'll test that. Okay, so the Shapt and Foster accounted for. Yes, I really only have Trist for cataloging. So I need 2 elements of the soul to be able to read the texts. And given that I'd only be using Reverend Timothy to generate memories, it seems better to use the Foss to just generate the memory that I need. I guess it depends on the weather tomorrow, but I've got a pretty clear idea of how I'm handling it. The only drawback is that, again, I don't know what I'm doing with the rest of these texts, because I'm only going to be able to use one element of the soul to study them. There's a specific reason why I'm using Trist in this case, by the way, but we'll talk about it if it happens. There's a small argument that I should be using Faust instead, but I don't know. I have my preferences. Right, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we are, we're waiting out on the weather before we make any choices. More rain. Okay. This is the point I should consider, like, is there something Grail-wise that I might want to do? Honestly, a lot of that is a hell of a lot easier when we have Mrs. Kill. So I think I'm just going to hire one of the orchard keepers. In autumn, the orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. Orchard keepers offered nectar and a little heart. Moving on, I'm going to study... Do I have a scale desk? I don't think so, but... Well, that's what I get for assuming. Right, I need the fear. Okay, so I need to generate fear twice. See, the thing that sucks about this, it's possible I can get the fear from talking with the orchard keeper. Okay, here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to consider the texts first. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and the 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. That's 30 seconds. Right, in autumn the orchard keepers come to sell their wares in Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. In Cornwall, it is quite possible to take a stride from the richest vegetation into the abomination of desolation. It has been said in mockery that Cornwall does not grow wood enough to make coffins for the people. Sabine Baring Gould. And if you can just give me a quick second here. Again, I've been running a bit longer than I wanted to, which is completely fine. But I do just need to double check on something. Okay. Sorry about the wait there. I just wanted to check in on something. So we will use the rain with the Orchard Keeper. So that's going to give us the 4 nectar. And I think in this case we will unlock the Walled Garden. Now the Walled Garden technically isn't as useful to me as the Tangle of Thorns, but I can see the Tangle of Thorns being something, like as soon as I have an element of the soul that gives me Grail, like say Arab, it's not going to be that hard for me to unlock it. Alright, we've got Unhatched Hymns. Now this is written in Sabazine, which Dr. Adim knew, but he's not around. This is arguably one we could actually, like, we could give this a shot, because we've got the 4 Auroral Contemplations, we've got the 2 from the Faust. So that brings us up to 6. Now I don't think there's a 4 memory, but you can sort of see how, you know, a couple of things break our way, and we'd be able to read that out. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. What I think I am going to do, though, this is going to seem counterintuitive. I'm not going to commit the Health Faust or Shapt to reading any of this stuff quite yet. So one thing I want to be conscious of, I'm going to need 2 minutes to read the Treatise on Underplaces to be able to get the fear that I need. Oh, hang on. No. Did I... Yeah, no, I still need the memory, so... Yeah, so 2 minutes to read the text. And then ideally we have the time that it takes to read. Yeah, so I think we're going to wait until midday, basically. So I want to see what I can get from the Orchard Keeper. And if I'm able to save an element of the soul, then that just means that I get to catalog another book. So the likelihood of us getting, 2 fear directly from the Orchard Keeper, not very likely, but I think it's worth giving it a try. And it takes about 30 seconds each time we talk to them. So even while I'm, reading Treatise on the Underplaces, maybe we get a fear in between there. So, like I said, we'll give it some time. We'll just see if we get lucky. If we don't, it's not the end of the world. We already have our plans for how the day is going to go by. Okay. I think Regret might have some scale, actually. No. Just Forge. Alright, so we're at midday. We'll let her finish off the conversation here, but now I'm going to start reading the relevant texts. Again, all we're gaining here is a chance to unlock. Okay, that's some scale, so that may change things. Alright, so that's 1 scale, but I think that's all that we need. So if I take my... Well, we can do this at the Pale Desk. Oh, I need the text. Yep, scale unearthed. I can master this mystery, enough scale to match mystery scale. So what I've accomplished here is I've sort of unlocked the Faust or the Shapt to be able to study another book. Now, when it comes to the Edge, I still need to use Auroral Contemplation. I need to use an element of the soul to be able to to read the text. But if I can get a memory that involves if I can get a memory that involves edge, then that means that I'm going to be able to catalog one of the existing texts. One of the things I'll do now, I'd prefer to use a FOST for this, so let's take one of the baronial books. This book was probably written around the time of Hushhouse's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to the 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So we'll leave the FOST open to read treaties on the underplaces to get me that extra edge. But in the worst case scenario, we're still up another book. And then in the best, we're going to get that edge from speaking to an assistant. That means that we get to catalog another book while still reading the Sun's Lament. Okay, Stolen Secret doesn't quite do it for me, but life's not over. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Vinzant's Minglings. The metallurgist and skysmith Everett Vinzant speaks of the sacred alloys, the alloys eternal, the alloys insufficient, the alloys intendant. So I believe with Disciplines of the Hammer, I don't know why I took it. It took me 2 clicks. Disciplines of the Hammer kind of gives you an indication that of what aspect it might have. So this one I can combine with the Shapt, so that gets me 2, and then I combine that with Foresight. And so Shapt and Disciplines of the Hammer, and then a Foresight will allow me to read the Forforge text. If I had Metal, that would be even easier, but I don't, so I'm not going to think about that. Incidentally, if I get a Foresight, then that's fine. I don't read the Sun's Lament. We just use something else. So this is why cataloging can be helpful. It opens up more potential with the different how do I put it? The different like memories and skills that I have. Okay, I think I need to start making some choices here. All right, the Great Hooded Princes call their... Sorry, we'll start by reading 108. Ava de Wolf discourses on the fifth history, and particularly on those who are said to have passed over from it, the Great Hooded Princes, the Knocklong who ascended under the Mother of Ants, but now, so Ava claims, honor the Horned Axe. So what I'm going to do here, we may still have opportunities, but it is going to take a while for us to unlock certain... it's going to take a while for us to unlock certain... Yes, I want to make sure I have access to Shapt. So I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So in this case, I've locked out the possibility of cataloging another book. That's fine. If I get... I'm going to use the FOST to read the Sun's Lament. So it actually doesn't matter what we get from the assistant anymore because we've sort of locked in our choices for today. Okay. The walled garden. Iron spikes march along the top of the wall. The gate is rusted shut, but what I can see through the bars is as ruinous as I might expect. So the drawback here is the FOST that I use to read the Sun's Lament is probably going to be used... It's like going to cross over into the next day, which is fine. Like, it's not that critical, but it is a little inconvenient just because it means I miss out on a chance to use it another time. That's why I use the Forge, by the way, because it's likely I'm going to need that for the next book. Ava has, to her regret, never visited the library. She notes that it is said to be west of the Lion and north of Victory, and suggests that although the princes are generally associated with India, their library might be further east. Okay, so we got a confounding parable from that. That's 2 sky, 2 rose, 2 moon. Okay, yeah, we're good there. Pentiments and precursors. We are starting to get a little full up on our I've read this shelf, but we do have the smoking room for overflow if it comes down to it. And here's my fear memory. Okay, as much as I'd like to make Eigengrau, we really want to read The Sun's Lament. The first volume on the Meditations of Abbot Thomas, the Abbey of the Black Dove. And a new skill, Pentiments, Carapace Cross, and Teians. Alright, I'd say that's a good day's work. Again, it might have been nice if we could have gotten an extra... So there's two things that could have improved. One, if we could have gotten an extra element of the soul to catalog. Second of all, if we started reading this a little bit sooner, because I think reading this text might cross over into the next day. I might be a little pessimistic on that, but... Yeah, I do like confounding pair. I mean, it depends on what I need, but... I won't say no to Grail, but obviously we've already got the double scale. Feats and Fates of Forgotten Things, the Carapace Cross, the Line of Antios, the World of the Low Red Sun. Though much is taken, much abides. All right, the Practic Garden. In the early days of St. Brendan's Abbey, the brothers practiced the arts of war here. So it was that in the baronial times, the garden became a favorite of the martial quarrelsome de Wolfs. Now, if I want, I can get the Shining Pear in Summer and Autumn. We have the Practic Garden Dummy. Since the Napoleonic War, he has been punched, thumped, stabbed, and shot by amateurs, by professionals, and by tipsy guests after dinner. No wonder he looks so cross. Incidentally, this is good with illuminations, so Auroral Contemplations would be good with this one. And that's it. So actually, I think the Practic Garden might be a little bit more helpful than I give it credit for right now. We'll see. But I don't think it's a bad idea for me to claim more pairs. Again, there's lots of gardening to do, but I can see some pair uses. Thorn-beaked crows. Sorry, did we read this already? Yes. The thorn-beaked crows. The thorn-beaked crows took my eyes from me in justice for my crimes, but though I lost my sight, I found my light. I think we're just gonna miss the. I think we're just gonna miss the time for reading this book. I think I might also be... This might be a book that I don't have in my little database here, though. Oh, yeah, not even close. Auction time! On Matthias and the Amethyst Imago, Pursuit. So this is written in Aramaic. Oriflammes, established 1776, sent signed Sciences. Dear Librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase. This is... tally price of 5. I also don't have much Grail, so there's a few different reasons why I may not want to buy this. You don't like the art style? Wow, I actually really like it. Fair enough, though. Okay, another rainy day, so we know what we're doing with the gardeners. I've already used up the pale desk, so I don't think I have... Yeah, I don't think I can catalog. Okay, well, we'll use Tryst with the Baronial. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Okay, as always, we will talk with them about the rain. And again, the simple idea here is that I don't have any texts for to take advantage of Grail right now, so we'll just move them up to Nectar. And what we're really looking for is Foresight. All right, Abbot Thomas speaks of the breaking of his oaths to his sword brother Trygiv and to the Lord of Scars that he served before he came to the Abbey. He writes of the power of oath bonds and considers the means and morality of their sundering. Looks like we're already full up here, so let's we'll make this shelf overflow. Got the Ragged Crossroads and Fear. So I do want to check. I don't think I've got the Sun's Lament yet. Well, I would consider it, but I am currently using that to catalog a book. We do have the desk, though, so I can catalog a Curia book. And the Ambrose desk takes lanterns, so we can catalog one here. I probably should have cataloged that earlier, actually. Oh, nope, I blew it. Okay, so now I got ahead of myself. I needed a Foresight, which I could have gotten from my book, and didn't. So the answer to that is going to be I'm going to keep talking to the gardener to get the Foresight. If we don't get the Foresight, that's, that's life, basically. And what I do instead is I use the Shapt to catalog something. Of course, the drawback there is that the Shapt may wind up cursed. All right, a new skill to understand why 4 paths were not taken. I think this might be my first winter skill. It's not going to be enough to get us Keon at Abydos, but... So we know we can unlock another garden, which is nice. I guess for health, I probably should have been gardening too. Really took leave of my senses here. Alright, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The Beekeeper's Ends, dialogues with bees and uses for honey, as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, the gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. So that goes in the 8 pile. We do have some capacity to read Nectar books, but nothing at the 8 level. Oh, and the Crossing to Noon. That's an 8 moon, so that's going to take us a while to handle. Although it does mention Franklin Backcroft, so that's going to be a fun one to read when we get around to it. Yeah, I'm kind of mad at myself about the Foresight. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, so Ragged Crossroads, 2 edge, 1 winter. Yeah, so this is a little helpful. Now, I do have the option of consuming something to get my... to get one of my elements of the soul back, but I don't think reading the Forge text is that important. I think really we gotta wait for a storm to read the true history of Valentine de Wolf. That's most likely going to be our next book. I've learned something, or perhaps have just remembered it. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I could angle this to get one more heart for the Orchard Keeper, and I'd have to use a consumable for it. So yeah, we're starting to, depending on the books that we catalog, we're starting to close in at a point where I'm going to start committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. But I'd say we've got at least 2 books before we want to consider that, and then whatever these Curia texts give us. And then, of course, it's possible that that will unlock further rooms for us as time goes by. Okay. Lesson Storm's not bad. If I had a Faust, I could probably make an Awakened Feather out of that, but it's not essential. So you can see here, right, with the Memory Storm, we can bring the Orchard Keeper's heart up to 3. And then if I had some kind of heart, heart tool, we could use that. But the thing is, for the heart tool, I need either the mop and bucket or the kitchen bowls. And unfortunately, we don't have, we need the heart to be able to access those. So, but again, it's fine. It's not. I'm not gonna kick up dust over the whole thing. So it's fair to say that if I'm going to get a foresight now, the shaft is going to be occupied until the next day anyway. I don't think it's worth risking it to read the text. That text is going to be around there forever. So I think at this point we just catalog another book, and then we'll see where tomorrow brings us. A little bit of a shame we didn't get the Forge, but. Just double checking that I didn't completely take leave of my senses. We can wait until evening or close to evening to catalog the text, though. I do kind of want to run this one out to its end. Alright, so I think we get one more with the Orchard Keeper. This is gonna get a little scary with the shaft, but I'm gonna go for it. Okay, so we didn't get what we needed there, but that's fine. So we will open the Tangle of Thorns, a flower garden now overrun with thorned weeds and briar rose. And then from this, we will consider the Curia text with, come on, with Shapt. So of course we could have tried with the 3, and then just maybe, we've got Ambrose's bust. That might have been a thing that we could apply. But I mean, it's also memory. That could be one of the things that comes up, and memory is obviously so much easier for us to get. So again, just I didn't really think through the elements of the soul that I'd have. So that's the price I pay. It's not the end of the world. De motu corporum vetitorum. The author rejoices in the name of Abelard Hubris, and the title might even be translated as On the Forbidden Motions of Bodies, evidently a reference to Newton's De motu corporum, published some 20 years previously. A bunch of smart people wrote this game, I tell you. Okay. If we have a storm, we have 2 texts we can read. If we don't have a storm, we have 1 text we can read. We have 2 to catalog. I'm going to use my health. Okay, so health for gardening. Trist to catalog, Faust to catalog, Shapt to read, and then Faust is free. Again, contingent on the weather. Scent Garden. This too dates from the time of the Abbey, but in summer, neither sisters nor brothers were permitted to spend more than a single hour here, lest the temptation of savours overwhelm them. We've got access to the ruinous hall. This place was bright and busy once. It can be again, but it'll be grueling work to make it so, not suitable work for a librarian. So that's 5 heart or 5 scale, so difficult for us, but not so difficult for hirelings. It's a cloudy day, so that's moon and moth. Never hurts to double check what we're looking for, so in this case, for edge, for heart, for moon, for winter. Remembering that to hire the orchard keeper, that gets us 2 nectar and 1 heart. If we hire Denzil, that gives us 2 edge, 2 forge, and then Reverend Timothy gives us 2 lantern, 1 knock. So the most likely case here would be for us to get some kind of like 4. We would to get some kind of 2 edge memory. I think my best bet here. I can't remember if I've got something that gets me foresight or not. So in my list, we've got Diaries of Walter de Wolfe, High Traditions of Noble Endeavor, in the Mallory, Journal of Walter de Wolfe, On Resonance, Admonitory Automata Project, Vincent's Minglings, War of the Roads, Deoris 2. So yes. So I think we'll use the Faust for that. Okay, so that's 1. Let's see what we can garden with. So we've got Hurricane Lamp, proof against storm wind and moth swoop alike. Skin Shuck Mead. We've got the garden, moth orchids in spring and summer, honey scar jasmine in autumn. So that would be another thing I might want to pick up. The pears are tempting because I can feed them to workers, though. So for a start, we will add our health, and then we'll add rights to the roots. A corner of something metallic protrudes from the soil. What? We will see. Okay, so the shop's going to be used for this text. So the Trist and the Faust go towards cataloging. So other than the 1 text that we're reading, yeah, I'm not even getting memories from Reverend Timothy at this point. I think it's the right call that we made, though. We've got Apollo and Marsyas, libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials. Now, if I had core, I'd feel a lot better about reading that, but I think we may actually have some trouble with this one. I'm still going to put that on the 4 stack, though. That is one that I should have some confidence in my ability to read. We also have the 12 Letters on Consequence, Julian Cosley's epistolatory treatise on what may come after, addressed to his once friend Claude Hirschalt, the mystic and antiquarian. That's a 4 moon text, so again, I'm not exactly set up for success on these. Like the clouds wouldn't be sufficient, but I can see us being in striking distance of a couple of these. I don't think I have a moon skill yet. Okay, there's my foresight. So now we take Vinzant's Minglings, the Metallurgist and Skysmith. Everett Vinzant speaks of the sacred alloys, the alloys eternal, the alloys sufficient, the alloys intendant. So we add the foresight, we add the soul, wavering spark, and then the disciplines of the hammer, a kindled flame. It's hammer time. I can master this mystery. And that's the day. We're not even at noon, and we've finished our work. But again, that's a consequence of the fact that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different skills, soon to be 10, and I've committed nothing but my journal to the sorry, I haven't committed anything but my journal to the words fail me. I haven't committed anything but my journal to the Tree of Wisdoms. Man, this right-click system works really well. So, like, I can move even while I'm dragging a text. I would have used, like, personally, I would have used the middle mouse button, but I feel that that's like an old-fashioned way of doing things in games. It feels like the right mouse button's getting used more often. Like, I think Civilization was the first time I really noticed that. But I'm used to Dota. Like, for Dota, I always use the middle mouse. I was always annoyed when I saw people edge panning. Okay. Everett describes the voices and powers of mortals and immortals based on their composition by analogy to the sounds and strengths of bells based on the metals of their casting. Vinzant warns that the mingling of metals of too great a nobility can produce the alloys incestuous. He suggests very cautiously that the means used by the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame to produce their heirs may have analogous issues, for though the crime of the sky might be circumvented, yet the law remaineth the law, in spirit as in letter. So we got a foresight from that. I'm pretty sure we've already got this, but doesn't hurt to double check. Yep. That's a pretty crowded shelf there, so we're just gonna put that there. Yeah, that's right. You get out of the way. We'll study bills and braziers, a new skill, that resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. And we finish. Once again, here's the key to Hush House, half buried in the garden. Huh. I wasn't expecting that, but I was actually hoping for a pair. Okay, this is actually the case where I'm a little lost in terms of what I should do next. So, hang on. This is my overflow, isn't it? Yeah. So that's a 2 forge, 1 sky. That resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. So, I really only have one leveled up ability at this point. I'm going to wait until I have all of these renewed, but there's two, yeah, I'd say two major elements of the soul that will potentially like crack open this playthrough. That's Arab and that's Whist, and that's basically because that gives me access to Mr. and Mrs. Kill. Now, realistically, I would probably want more than one of those in an ideal circumstance. And the reason for that is being able to access Mr. and Mrs. Kill means that I'm going to be able to sort of improve them. So in the ideal circumstances, you will be able to use at minimum the base level skills, an element of the soul, and a memory to level them up. And so if you think that that's two of each, it's not always two of each because some of them have one, some memories have one, some characters have one, and some elements of the soul only have one. But in general, you have two from the character, two from an element of the soul, two from a memory. So that means that you have at least 6 to work with. And then sometimes you're lucky you'll have a tool which you can turn into 7. And then, you try and get further by adding, some of the crafting elements. And if you take a look at the challenges we have here, right, we've got the Ruinous Hall, 5 heart, 5 scale. We've got the Grand Ascent and the ground floor, 4 edge, 4 heart, 4 moon, 4 winter. The Web Snared Room, 6 heart, 6 rose, 6 sky. Grand Ascent second floor, 4 grail, 5 knock, 5 nectar, 5 winter. We've got the Gloomy Room, 5 edge, 5 heart. And the Neglected Room, 5 grail, 5 heart. Every single one of those falls within that model of, element of base, element of the soul, and memory. And it's the fact that I've been kind of stubborn in terms of where I place my, my different skills, as basically my stubbornness in that regard that's kept me from being able to. Ooh, fog. All right, so this, fog really messes with stuff. So this could potentially open up a new area for me, or this could, this could have other implications. So I could take Reverend Timothy, who's got 1 knock. We add the Shapt, which gives 2. We could add the Fog, which adds 3. So we've got 1 to 3, so we can get 6 knock. So that would get us another step on the Grand Ascent. I don't think it's enough to use the Fog there. Fog is actually really helpful during the... Okay, so if I can, I would prefer to use this for its moon aspect, particularly because we can unlock the 12 letters on consequence. So I think we said that we didn't have any moon skills. So the question now is, do we have any moon... Yes, we do with Trist. Okay, so that's the easiest choice I've ever had to make. Moon a culmination. I can master this mystery. Enough moon to match mystery moon. Next question. What do I do with the rest of the day? We don't have books to catalog. I can always sort of roll the dice with something like Apollo and Marsyas. Now, to do so would essentially mean that I don't, I can't do the gardening. I could try the Republic of Teeth with Horns and Ivories. So we could get that up to 5 with health. Man, that is actually kind of tempting, but it's not going to be autumn forever. So I think we will use our health. Gather in autumn, fragrant pears, soft in the hand. So then the question is, what do I use my Faust and my Shapt with? With my Faust... so I can make another Awakened Feather with sufficient Sky, or alternatively we can just earn a bunch of money in the Sweet Bones. So to be completely honest, I think we're good enough for the Awakened Feathers. There might be other things that I want to get from gardening and such, but in this case, I think the feathers are enough. So it's not the most exciting choice that I've made. But I think we're just gonna make some money this time. Help with letters, Lantern. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Now, in future, I think what I might do, with Apollo and Marsyas, I might roll the dice on the health. I mean, if we have a storm, that's great. The storm would be used for another text. So Apollo and Marsyas, I think what I might do is, actually doing it tomorrow would be helpful. So maybe try and get a solace. Yeah, we get a solace, solace and health. And then if they want a companion, we hire the gardener. By the time he wrote these letters, Cosley was identified with the Nero-political worms movement, and Herschelt with the birds, meaning roughly that Herschelt held the order of hours to be desirable and Cosley held it to be oppressive. Okay. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Again, it feels like such a waste of my skills to be just spending money like this. But I mean, I suppose I could go beachcombing as well. But I think this is the right call for now. I'll probably change my opinion on that. But all right, a bowl of sea-blessed pears, smooth as butter and wonderfully juicy. So that'll give us Grail, Moon, or Nectar. And we can feed that to, fruit or the womb of a plant. We can feed that to someone to improve their skills. Many of Cosley's arguments about consequence and finality are couched in erudite and practical alchemical terms. Others appear to be thinly veiled threats directed at Herschelt. Some are both. I love how the music changes with the weather. Okay, I don't think I've done 12 letters of consequence. I have. That gives a regret. Yep. And putrefactions and calcinations. I've gained more understanding of putrefactions and calcinations. So we'll put that into the consider verb. So that's a winter and a moon. So if I want to level that up, I'm probably going to have to do that with a tryst. And again, it was the right call to use the fog for the tryst here, so I'm not questioning the wisdom of that, but you know, you have a limited number of things that you can do. Oh man, that's a really interesting looking spine. Right, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom, so that's 1 moon and 2 winter. We've already got a winter, but we don't have a 2 winter. So that might be interesting. That actually gives me an example of something where if I had to commit something to the Tree of Wisdoms, given that we have Keon at Abydos and the oblations in iron, that would be a good argument for me to try and pick up Whist, because if we get Whist, and we get putrefactions and calcinations, then we just require a 2 winter memory to be able to get both of these winter texts read. On top of that, that gives us access to Mr. Kill, which gives us access to winter and sky, which means potentially the Grand Descent 2nd floor. Almost certainly the ground floor. So there's a strong argument here for working the winter. Now I'm probably going to need to wrap up. I know I've said I need to wrap up reasonably soon. I'm already 2 hours past when I was planning on finishing things. But I do actually have something of a hard limit now. Oh yes, I should be using my shaft. So actually, hang on. Well, I don't have the lesson learned. I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought, okay, I'll level up putrefactions and calcinations using SHAP, but one, SHAP doesn't have the same aspect, and two, I don't have the lesson learned. So losing my mind. So fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer here in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. So I think what I'll do is we will cross over the day. We'll see what the weather brings us. And I don't know if I'll make some decisions. I don't know if I'll make some decisions for the next day, or if I'll just kind of use it as a peak. I kind of, those of you who've watched me play Cult of Simulator on YouTube, I feel like sometimes I like to lock in certain decisions because what I'm thinking at the end of the stream is not necessarily the same as what I think in is not necessarily the same as what I think you know, at the start of the next one. So I try to idiot proof some of the later steps by just like locking in certain actions. Okay. I'm trying to think of an example where the bowl of sea-blessed pears really makes the difference. So far we haven't really hit a nectar that we need for that. The grail would probably help. So we can get a... there's definitely been times where I've wanted a 7 grail, so... No, this will be helpful. So again, we'll just see what the weather brings. A gale. All right. So this is a great example of something where I'm like, this has implications. This is why I want to take the time to study it. So the first thing I want to see is there a way for me to take advantage of the gale to read the true history of Valentine de Wolf? Because if I can't, then that means we're definitely reading Apollo and Marsyas. I think the answer is no, we're not able to make the most out of this, but never hurts to take a look. Ah, okay, so I've got the 6. So, okay, now here's the other way for me thinking about this. I know... So I guess what I'm thinking of here is that I know with a storm, which is what we were planning on anyway... Yeah, okay, so the more I think of this, the less sense it makes for me to use the sky text, because we were planning on using the storm anyway. Whereas we were always going to leave Apollo and Marsyas to chance. So why would I remove, like, why would I take an opportunity to guarantee myself Apollo and Marsyas when we already know that we've got the true history of Valentine de Wolf in the bag as soon as we get a storm? So... or another gale for that matter. So I can master this mystery, enough heart to match mystery heart. Now, what do we do with the rest of the day? NFI. I definitely don't have what it takes. So, like, if we think about what we can do with the true history of Valentine de Wolf, we've got, again, the best that we've got here is Sights and Sensations. I can try and combine that with Faust. So if we do that, we get 3. If we then move on from, like, if we move up from 3, then the question is like, okay, where do we get the other 3 sky? And the answer is we don't. The best that we could do would be to get maybe like a memory storm or maybe a solace or something. Actually, I think memory storm is the one that we would want. But anyways, we get another 2 sky. That gives us 5. And so what we're hoping for is just a probabilistic chance that we can read the 6 sky text, which maybe that's enough, right? I'm certainly not, I'm not saying it's like, there have been times when it's been worth it to me to go to a level 5 or like a one short text and to read that. Again, ranking in terms of likelihood, Republic of Teeth, we're close. You know, Horns and Ivories brings us up to 2. Heart brings us up to 3. Fear brings us up to 5. And then we just sort of hope for RNG. So these ones are the, like, maybe. These aren't going to work without FET. These aren't going to work without WIST. So, yeah. The winter ones also I should be careful of because we are coming close to winter. So WIST is looking like the sort of thing that I'm going to want to lock in before too long. But all of that is stuff that I can deal with tomorrow. Although, to be honest, the more I think of it, the more I feel like I should roll the dice with the sky text. But those are decisions to make for another day. So, Twitch, it's August 7th. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I obviously really like Book of Hours. It's a really special game. It's one, like I said, I've been looking forward to this for years. I really appreciated being able to play the being able to play the beta. But there is absolutely something about finally being able to play this as a full game. In the lead up to the release. So just a reminder for everybody, this game will be coming out August the 17th. I actually have some details in terms of costs. I think this is public knowledge, but it doesn't hurt to let people know. Let me just get the details. So the game will be releasing August 17th, 6 p.m. British Standard Time, which is 10 a.m. Pacific. So that translates to about 1 o'clock in the time zone that this stream is based around. It will cost $19.99 British pounds or $24.99 US dollars. I don't know how that translates to Canadian and other regional currencies, and I suspect most people are not going to be in a position to tell you that because Steam has its own way of doing things. The most important information is if you buy the game in the first week, it gives access to the Perpetual Edition. This is similar to what they did for Cultist Simulator for Kickstarter backers, as well as people who bought the game in the first week. It gives you access to all future expansions. Note that that is different from all DLC. You will still need to pay for this lovely soundtrack if you want to buy it. So if you think of Cultist Simulator, that got the Dancer, the Priest, the Ghoul, and then Exile in terms of DLC. I think that was right. I can actually assign a dollar value to that too. Let me just see where the Steam library is. Yes, so the Dancer, the Priest, the Ghoul, and the Exile. So if I were to remove the cost of the original soundtrack, you're looking at about another $20 of DLC that was available expansions that were available for Cultist Simulator if you bought in the first week. If you don't do that, I know in the case of Cultist Simulator there was an anthology edition which gives you about 15% off. Not a terrible deal. But I do know one of the reasons why I'm taking the time to highlight this is that apparently Weather Factory gets some nasty emails every once in a while about not knowing that the Perpetual Edition existed. And honestly, like, I think this is always just going to be a thing. So I know for the game Heat Signature, there was like a rare ship that was basically going to be available to people who bought within the first week. And like I bought the game because of that. And then a bunch of people sort of, you know, kind of gave cry of poverty and how unfair it was and so on and so forth. And in the end, I think Tom Francis just like unlocked that ship for everyone, because it was like, it wasn't like it really changed the game all that much. It was just a silly thing that he added in, but it was causing so much heartache for people, or maybe specifically for him, that essentially this nice incentive to get people to support the game early sort of translated into I mean, I think in the end, basically everybody felt mad. Like, you know, Tom Francis had a bunch of nonsense he probably didn't want to have to deal with. The people who bought the game early for this, you know, precious thing probably got mad that, you know, they bought for early access to something, or for exclusive access to something which was then no longer exclusive. Now, I mean, again, I'm not going to be mad about other people getting access to something. I think that's a terrible reason to get mad. And then, you know, there's a bunch of people who are always going to be like, I'm never going to forgive Suspicious Developments for doing that, you know, that terrible thing, right? The way that gamers always talk. My enthusiasm for the Perpetual Edition is, one, I actually think it's a really good deal. And I know it helps support the game because that first week matters a lot in terms of sort of Steam sort of jostling it in terms of position for people's purchases. But more importantly, too, as much as possible, right? I know I am not a big name, but as much as I can get the word out so that people who would otherwise be mad about not knowing that they can get access to this sort of thing, you know, I definitely try to operate on a, you know, mad minimization framework. So yeah, just keep in mind, the game is coming out on the 17th. If you buy it within that first week, you will get access to all future expansions, distinct from DLC, and that Weather Factory has committed to doing post-release support in the form of expansions to make that a worthwhile thing. I don't know what their plans are. I suspect they have not announced what those plans are for a reason, but in the case of Cultist Simulator, that translated into 3 smaller pieces of DLC, and then an absolutely enormous one called The Exile, which basically was called a Simulator 1.5. So I definitely feel like people got their money's worth out of that, and I also kind of suspect that Weather Factory left a lot of money on the table doing it that way, but that's their decision to make. Now, I need to find someone to host, and I have no idea who to do that for, because nobody's playing Book of Hours. So I am going to raid Octavian Zero. Octavian Zero is mostly a Path of Exile streamer. He's currently playing a game called Raven's Watch, which I haven't seen. Actually, I should have seen if somebody was playing Cultist Simulator, but... Okay, good. Nobody was playing it. But yeah, Octavian's a nice guy. He's occasionally hosted me. I don't get a chance to see him all that much, but I do like to host him when I can. He's a nice guy. I think he might... I don't know if he works for Grinding Gears or if he's just kind of done some kind of collaboration with them, but definitely a nice guy to watch. Somebody who I've enjoyed having around the channel whenever I get a chance to see him, and somebody I definitely think is worthy of your attention. So again, thank you all for watching. If I get a chance to do more Book of Hours tomorrow, I'll try and do that. I think realistically, better to expect Monday, but we will be doing a lot of we will definitely be doing a lot of Book of Hours in the future, and I hope you will be around to watch it. So we will see you later. Take care.